Good morning. We're going to get things rolling. If everybody wants to get seated, we'll start in about a minute. The last event of the year and the best event, I think. Yeah, these are the diehards. I like it. Anyway, I'm Tom Suter. I'm the founder of the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center. I'd like to welcome everybody today. I do think we are the last government event of the year. So I think you need to give yourself a round of applause, so we know who the diehards are. I want to thank Craig Abod, Mary Lang, and Karasoff for allowing us to use their venue. Really appreciate it. We've got a big day today. These panels are packed. Nobody said that they couldn't make it, so it all worked out. So we're gonna have a really good day today. I do want to introduce, before we get to our keynote, is Frank Indiviglio. And Frank is the government chair for ATARC's Generative AI Working Group and has the honor of being the summit chair. So Frank, if you want to come up for a minute. And I will say one thing about Frank. He has one of the greatest quotes I've ever heard, and I think you remember it. In regard to generative AI, he came up with this quote. It's like having a conversation with your data. And I thought that was pretty profound. So, and you're a pretty profound guy. So thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. Thank you, Tom. Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here, and thanks for having me. And I will be out of the way shortly so we can get into the rest of the day. But as Tom mentioned, I work with the Generative AI Working Group here at ATARC, and it's got a great group of folks together. Nathaniel Benzati from GSA, KJ Liam from Amazon, Michael Adams from Karasoft, and of course Elizabeth and Amy, who keep everything running, and they deserve all the credit for a working group. But it's a great working group. It's one that I'm happiest to be a part of, right? We have meetings every 2 weeks, and we take the whole hour, and everybody's involved, and it's a really good discussion between government folks, industry, and the private sector. But really, I think also before, we have a work product coming out in January, we hope, and that'll kind of be the start of our products, and it's around governance. So look out for that. But one of the things that I really enjoy about talking about generative AI and working with it and working with all of you on it is that, if we look at the rest of the panels that we're talking about today, or going to have today, governance, AI, cybersecurity, and modernizing infrastructure, among the few that we're going to talk through. Generative AI is kind of in the part of that, right? It's not only a way to automate things, it's a time savings for our staff, it's a time savings for us, but more importantly, and as kind of Tom talked about, getting into your data and really getting a good sense of your data, but it becomes now an engagement tool, right? You can take complicated data like weather and climate data, or data that the other agencies here will have, and you can really relate it to your customers. They can now talk to that data through a natural language. They don't have to know the equations. They don't have to know the science. They can become familiar with it, but they can really now get a better sense of how that data impacts them, right? So if you take a climate or weather example, weather affects your everyday life more than you think, right? You check your forecast before you leave the house. If you go buy a house, your insurance is affected by weather. And now, this is a way to get to that data before you make those decisions, or before as you're thinking through those decisions. So I wouldn't say it's a transformative tool, but it is a way for folks to get at that data and make your data way more effective and way more impactful to its stakeholders. So with that, I will stop here. I look forward to the rest of the day, and thank you for coming. But if you're interested in the Generative AI Working Group, please let me know, or Elizabeth or Amy or anybody here, and we'll get you involved. So thank you very much, and looking forward to spending the day with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. And now we have our keynote speaker, Dawn Zimmer, who just is the newly minted Principal Deputy Chief Information Officer at the U.S. Department of Energy. And we were chatting, and she was working in the CIO shop of possibly the best university in the country, certainly one of the best public universities, Virginia Tech, in my humble opinion. So she's moved on to Department of Energy, and I'm really looking forward to her comments.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here today. I am extremely excited to be here this morning, and I know many of you were expecting Ann Duncan, and I'm sorry she could not be here, but she had a personal reason for not being able to attend. And as Tom said, I am the newly appointed Principal Deputy Chief Information Officer at the Department of Energy. This is my 6th week on the job, and as you can probably imagine, I am in the middle of learning about the mission and all the diverse activities that we have going on at DOE. While I'm new to DOE, though, I'm not new to government or to the power of collaboration and partnerships. And if you think about it, we collaborate in all elements of our life. Starting at an early age, we collaborated with classmates by sharing notes. As we got older, we collaborated with teams on a project at school. And then with our families, things like where to head for vacation. And with our partners and spouses on the age-old question of, honey, what's for dinner? Collaboration brings with it many benefits and personal rewards, right? We interact better with others, we get more creative ideas, we become more emotionally intelligent, we gain more support and achieve our goals faster. Take the what's for dinner example. My husband will say chicken, I might say pasta, and together, creatively, we might come up with a pasta dish that includes chicken, and ultimately we're both satisfied. If only it was just that easy, right? Collaboration and partnership is paramount to achieving our goals today. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, it is essential that we harness the collective strength of government, the private sector, academia, and the public to create solutions that benefit all. In today's rapidly changing world, the challenges we face are more complex than ever. From addressing climate change and fostering economic growth to ensuring public health and improving infrastructure, the needs of our citizens are vast, urgent, and multifaceted. Working together, organizations have the strength and potential to provide high-impact solutions. Robust efforts to break through silos can help us overcome challenges in new ways, enabling governments and businesses to combine their unique strengths for the greater good. So I come to DOE by way of Virginia Tech, where I held the role as the Executive Director for IT Experience and Engagement. And in this role, I was responsible for working across the institution to provide information technology solutions and support to the various college, schools, and programs. Over the last 18 months, I was spending a lot of time here in the National Capital Region, providing IT solutions for staff and faculty located at the Virginia Tech Research Center in Boston, and as well as working on the opening of the Innovation Campus in Alexandria. Many of you may know that in the Boston facility, we host the National Security Institute, and the NSI works closely with many federal agencies on cyber, AI, and complex system engineering solutions. Prior to my tenure at Virginia Tech, I held several leadership positions at the Federal Aviation Administration, which included being the Deputy Director for Strategy at the Joint Planning and Development Office. This congressionally mandated office was established in 2003 to plan and coordinate the development of the Next Generation Air Transportation System, or NextGen. The JPDO was a multi-agency, public-private partnership to include the Departments of Transportation, Defense, Homeland Security, Commerce, the Federal Aviation Administration, NASA, and the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. And additionally, we often worked with a variety of academic institutions on research programs. And it was at the JPDO that I saw firsthand how important public-private partnerships and collaboration are for driving innovation in government, and how vital they are to the success of modernizing government, and how central they are to the future of our society. At its inception in 2003, the JPDO mission and its goals were seen as an experimental concept in government management. Our NextGen initiative to modernize the nation's air transportation system involved a wide range of carefully timed and integrated activities. And while having significant benefits in the near and midterms, it was and continues to be heavily focused on the long-term development of America's aviation infrastructure. Taking on this kind of challenge necessitated an entirely new paradigm for government planning, decision-making, resource management, budgeting, and a shift in mindset when it comes to how we react to opportunities and challenges. The JPDO's scope was broad and engaged the collaborative energies of departments and agencies, the academic community, as well as partners across the research and private sectors. Over nearly 2 decades, the JPDO called for a unique level of integration in the planning and budgeting of critical infrastructure investments in the national transportation system. This was a transformational approach to large-scale government initiatives, particularly those that encompass a broad range of mission areas. As a result, the JPDO delivered a comprehensive plan to integrate unmanned aircraft into the national air transportation system, a pilot model for integrated data sharing, and a multi-year, multi-agency integrated work plan. Well, the JPDO was ended, the funding for JPDO was ended by Congress in 2014. The products and the efforts of the office endured. I believe this type of cross-cutting, innovative, collaborative effort is at the heart of addressing any complex challenge and achieving sustainable growth. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, it is essential that we harness the collective strength of government, the private sector, academia, and the public to create solutions that benefit all. So if you haven't noticed by now, I'm kind of passionate about partnerships and collaboration, and I've witnessed how powerful and transformative they can be. I'm immensely proud to have joined a department that has so much to bring to the table, not only in terms of mission and technology, but also in terms of working collaboratively across a wide range of partnerships. I've heard that DOE is often called the Department of Everything, and for what I've seen so far, it really is positioned to innovate and collaborate across its enterprise on a wide range of topics, beginning with its unique network of national laboratories and extending to so many outside partners. From our joint initiatives with academia, such as the Lawrence Berkeley National Labs partnership with the University of California, to our international cooperation focused on addressing global IT and cyber challenges, DOE is actively partnering with private industry and federal counterparts. Take, for example, the area of artificial intelligence. The power of technology like AI is evident, and we are poised to witness its impact on a wide range of domains. But it's our collective responsibility to harvest its potential while ensuring that we mitigate the risks. This means working together to take the assertive measures necessary to thwart sorry about that, its potential misuse and proactive measures to drive its potential to meet our mission. This requires active engagement between the academic, public, and private sectors. DOE is working both internally and externally with partners on AI initiatives. For example, researchers at the DOE's Pacific Northwest National Lab have used their AI-based imaging analytics to model and assist the Coast Guard with modeling fire spread and evacuation efforts in Maui. DOE and its labs have worked with states, local governments, tribes, cities, and communities across the country and around the world to help implement clean energy solutions. AI is being used to conduct the complex analytics, forecasting, and technology road mapping necessary to help plan energy investments that could potentially shorten the time frame from years to weeks. DOE labs are managed by the DOE laboratories that are managed by the National Nuclear Security Administration, NNSA, are assessing the various ways AI and machine learning could enhance an adversary's understanding of nuclear threat devices. NNSA is working with industry to analyze artificial intelligence model outputs and to develop safeguards that can be implemented to prevent artificial intelligence from aiding bad actors. These are just a few examples of the many ways DOE is partnering in this area, but it does not end with the technology. AI is transforming business opportunities, yet technology organizations still face skill gaps. The most cutting-edge programs, initiatives, and capabilities will be limited if you don't have a talented group of people to implement and leverage them. Our collective challenge is to create a cyber workforce, which means focusing on expanding the talent pipeline and building new career pathways. It means relying on academia to assist in shaping the curricula that will equip future government employees with the skills and knowledge they need to succeed. Universities and research institutions are the epicenters of cutting-edge research and technological innovation. By working with government agencies, we can grow the workforce, especially in federal IT, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence. At DOE, we employ many recruiting strategies, including programs that provide paid internships for college students from underrepresented communities and prepare them for a career with DOE. Our workforce across DOE and the national labs includes some of the brightest minds in the world, and we must continue to invest in them ensuring they have access to training on cutting-edge technologies. But the challenge of building the workforce to fit our future missions, including leveraging AI responsibly, is bigger than right-sizing diversity and the effectiveness of recruiting efforts. We must also be creative in how we build our skills at the early, mid, and senior career levels. Sometimes we worry about investing a lot of money in someone because they might leave in 3 to 5 years. But we should think about what happens if we don't invest in our people and they stay. Then our workforce will not have the skill set that matches the mission need. We need thoughtful cross-pollination between people with experience across the private and public sectors. Government can benefit from learning about the private sector, and in turn, those companies will benefit from gaining deep knowledge about activities across our government. We also need to ensure that innovations developed by the government are built into the private sector products. Neither sector can do this alone and succeed, and we need cooperation to achieve our missions. DOE has embraced the need to move from legacy IT and has been an early advocate of cyber-informed engineering. We are emphasizing the need to prioritize cyber throughout the life cycle and have implemented a robust supply chain risk management program. Later this morning, you'll hear a panel discussion on the challenges of IT modernization. Building and deploying transformation technologies requires transforming how we collaborate. For example, one of the first things I heard about when I got to DOE was our work in implementing the 48C tax credit program. This program is highly visible, highly complex, that allows the corporate sector to submit for tax credit incentives for clean energy, property manufacturing and recycling, industrial decarbonization, and critical materials processing. The project was the first of its kind for the Office of the CIO, involving stakeholders from the Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains, IRS, Treasury, and the Office of Policy. The team effort allowed the government to build the platform, meet the privacy requirements, and meet congressional deadlines for delivering this capability to the private sector. It was with this project that we recognized an important opportunity to work together, to achieve something that was key to our mutual missions, and work together in new ways to get it done. This sets parameters for future similar cross-agency efforts. I was excited to hear about this work when I got to DOE, because it was the perfect example of how to approach challenges and how we can collaborate to take them on. I'm looking forward to bringing my background and experience to DOE to help drive that work ahead. Another area where DOE has been a leader in recent years is in the Zero Trust initiatives. And Dr. Amy Hamilton, who is the chair for the ATARC Zero Trust Working Group and a DOE team member, will be a panel member this morning on the Fortifying Government IT, Exploring Cybersecurity Imperatives panel. She was also a participant in the FAA Cyber Task Force this past summer, which was chartered to conduct an independent evaluation of the cyber processes and capabilities of the FAA. This task force was comprised of cyber professionals from across various entities in the .gov, .com, and .edu communities. The power of collaboration and partnering lies in its ability to unlock collective potential, accelerate innovation, navigate complexity, and build trust. By embracing collaboration, we can achieve more than we could alone, but also create a world where shared success is the norm and collective responsibility is the foundation for progress. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much for that, Don. We look forward to working with you in the future, and thank you for that. Next, we have some rapid-fire tech talks, and the next gentleman that's coming up is Wayne Leriche, who's the field civilian CTO and solutions architect at Palo. I think the last time I saw Wayne, we referenced Amy Hamilton in our Zero Trust Working Group. A lot of these companies have put together solutions. It's not just one company that's going to solve zero trust. It's going to be a bunch of solutions. And I saw Wayne. He was in this war room over at IBM working on their zero trust solution. Is Wayne here? Oh, there he is. So the last time I saw you, there was a lot of sweat coming out of there. It was like, steam. I opened the door and there was a bunch of engineers steaming it up. You cleaned up well. Yeah. Well, welcome. Do you just want to, yeah. Do you have a presentation?
Yeah, we do. Well, thanks for that introduction, Tom, and thanks everybody for coming out today. Little bit of traffic this morning, but we made it. All right, great, thanks. All right, so Don Zimmer just talked about collaboration, the .gov, the .edu, the .mil space, and you know what I want to talk about is navigating the future with what we call Prisma Access browser. And so think about your workday when you log into your device. At least for me, I can do probably 95% of my work from a browser, especially with things like Teams and Zoom and Slack in the browser itself. And so what I'm going to talk about today is in the spirit of what Don Zimmer just talked about, is using the browser to get there a little bit quicker. So we take a typical ZTNA use case. The visual showing here is agency user A. I'm calling it agency user A, hitting agency user or agency A's data centers and applications, data, etc. Agency A's device, it's owned and controlled by agency A. The ZTNA environment is owned and controlled by agency A, as well as the data and the identity. So we can do all the things within this agency, within this use case that we need to for Zero Trust. We can look at the device, we can do a host profile check, we can do things like digital experience management, we can integrate with positive identification, two-factor authentication. We can provide secure web gateway and connections to the data apps and all the SaaS apps. And all this is being logged and taken care of. But now, what Don Zimmer just talked about was collaboration, interagency, third-party contractor access. How do we do that without sending that user a second laptop? So let's say that this user in the 7 o'clock position is a contractor. I know a lot of people in the FSI space, they have two devices. They have a government laptop with a CAT card in it. They have a corporate laptop, and they have to work through both. But let's say you're sharing some data in that top right cloud with another agency. Are you going to deploy a VDI or, add another VPN client to a device and possibly cause some type of, collisions and things of that nature? So what we're focused on in this kind of emerging space is actually securing the browser. Like I said, when you boot up your device and you work, you're usually doing a lot of work in a browser anyway. And so what we've put together is what we call the Prisma Access browser. So imagine this third-party user, user B, has a ZTNA client already on their device from a different agency, a different company, whatever you call it, some other ZTNA. They're already protected. How does that user get access to that agency A data from agency B? And so the Prisma Access browser, we're using the power of the browser to onboard and offboard these users quickly without needing to actually ship another laptop or deploy tools like VDI. So in this use case here, I have user B has a device posture check through the browser. We're going to enforce things like multi-factor authentication. But once he gets in, that user can access those the data in agency A's data center. And we'll provide things like visibility and control to that user on that device. They're still ZTNA connected through their own agency's access methods, but now they have another way to get into agency A's access through SaaS or the private data center. And we can do things such as look at the device. We can restrict things like copy and pasting, restrict printing, block things like screen sharing or screenshotting. We can even do audit trails or restrict uploads and downloads. So imagine you have a contractor that gets onboarded quickly. They can use this. If they download something from that cloud, from that data set, it's encrypted with an extension that only works in this browser. And so if that user, if that third-party employee leaves the agency and all of a sudden does not have those credentials anymore, even though they downloaded that file is useless to them now because they can't get into that browser anymore. So how it works, we have a user that logs into the browser. The IDP is controlled through the browser. We get authentication as successful, and then we can do the device posture checks. Once we go through those device posture checks, and we can tailor the access based on some of those security checks, meaning let's say I have a .gov agency user that has an endpoint protection as well as some type of certificate from that agency resident. I can give that user different access than I would a contractor. Once it gets through the checks, it hits the browser, we protect it through the protocols or the protection tools, and then we can do the full visibility to the SaaS and the private apps. So again, we're using the power of the browser to enable these multiple use cases that are emerging, allowing things like interagency, third-party contractors, frontline workers, but we're reducing the need to ship laptops or VDIs. And since it's in the browser, we can do a number of other use cases that we can't with ZTNA in particular, meaning that we can look at unencryptable traffic or undecryptable traffic. So the capabilities are pretty unique. We have a secure environment. We do last mile identity and data controls. And it's a very familiar UI. So the experience is very familiar to the user. We're doing multi-directional protection. So protecting the workspace, we're hardening the browser. We're blocking against things like keyloggers or key scrapers. And we're checking that device posture every 90 seconds. But we're also protecting that user from web threats. And so what it looks like here, what we can see here is that if a user is logged into something like Salesforce, it's a third-party user, I can actually blur out certain things. I can restrict copy and pasting. I can block screen sharing, and I can also do watermarks on those sites so that if there is some data leakage, we'll actually be able to see where the source of that was. Again, we're providing some quicker app performance as well as a better user experience for your admins. And so just leave you with this. It's a Chromium-based browser, so it's native to the users. There's no admin privileges required to actually install a browser, and we provide that visibility and policy. It's available on Windows, Mac, iOS, and Android, as well as a plugin. And so I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Wayne. While I have you up here, when you did the Zero Trust demo this summer, I think it was this summer, what are some of the things you learned about integration, the challenges of integration?
Yeah, there's a lot to the integration piece, and that's what we're working on. So what Tom is referring to is that we did a Zero Trust workshop with IBM, and the notion was to do an ATARC workshop where we showed two vendors coming together with some overlapping kind of Venn diagram things, but the integrations we proved were there. There's a lot of open API integrations. There's a lot of things that we can do as far as some aggregation things. So yeah, it's challenging, but it's not impossible.
Well, thank you. We got that in about 7.5, so that worked out well. We've got one more tech talk with Jeff Oates, Senior Director of Sales Engineering at Ping. Here's your Jeff. You get this. Get the clicker. You can be behind the podium. You can walk wherever you want.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, that works. So I want to take a minute and introduce myself. My name is Jeff Oakes with Ping Identity. I've been with Ping over 17 years now. So I cover both public and private sectors for Ping during all my tenure here at Ping. So today, we're going to kind of pivot a little bit. We're going to talk a little bit about a quick run through of concepts as to why we feel identity is important in fraud detection, right? As part of that citizen experience, accessing various government resources. Oh, I got to click, sorry. All right, so we want to take a minute to sort of frame this out and what we mean by why identity is important when it comes to fraud detection. So what we have here is a very typical orchestrated citizen journey, whether it is filing your taxes with the IRS, buying a fishing license or a hunting license with a state or local agency, or registering and reviewing your Social Security benefits. We do all this stuff every day, right? All of us at some point in time, right? So this sort of sets a framework for what we see out there. And so the goal here is to sort of walk through this journey, this citizen journey, right, to ensure that we get a successful and non-fraudulent transaction. So often legacy fraud prevention focuses on the point of the transaction, sort of in the lower right-hand corner, and looks at whether or not the purchase seems to be legitimate. This has some gaps for several reasons, chief among them the fact that it means we're missing a lot of the context ahead of that transaction, as a lot can happen before the transaction occurs. So what we see with a lot of our customers that are trying to combat fraud is things like new account takeover, right? New account fraud. Each of these normally coming from bots with stolen data. For example, new account fraud is they go out and create lots of accounts that just sit maybe dormant for months or so before someone goes in to try to activate them to gain some services. So our goal here is to mitigate this fraudulent activity at one or more of these steps, right? Whether it's at the very beginning, unknown session, unknown user session, registration, the login, etc. So that's our goal, is to help mitigate this process. So here's a little bit different view, right, of how identity can help in that citizen journey to prevent fraud. At each step, think about asking the questions, right, define decisions, collect data as needed that can be used across this whole journey. So for example, at the very beginning, right, you have somebody who hits a service. What is that person behind that service? Is it a bot? Is it a real human? You can look at some biometric behavioral type data to say, maybe it is a bot, maybe the device type is an emulator, right? These are certain data points that we can look at that are part of the citizen journey. What are the network characteristics, right? Is the IP address from a known, or IP address have a bad reputation within a particular range, or even the device itself? It could be a perfectly legitimate device. We've never seen it before though. So anyhow, so this is why it's important to shift left when it comes to shift left on fraud, right? And this is why identity matters. To start the fraud monitoring and response earlier is imperative for multiple reasons. Monitoring users throughout this entire session provides more context, right? Allowing for better detection accuracy. Starting fraud prevention earlier can help fraudulent activity that doesn't even involve a transaction. Think about somebody going in there to harvest PII. All right, all of us have gotten those letters from our healthcare company or like, right? Identifying challenging fraudsters earlier you can squash them. And lastly, right, getting to better detection and mitigating fraud for the session allows for less user friction, right? And that would be for legitimate users. As they get to the session, they get in to do the transaction, and that builds trust, right? I have trust in the session, the service that I'm accessing, right? Because I was able to execute it seamlessly. I want to take a minute to talk about identity orchestration, because this is sort of a steel thread for that citizen journey. So that bar we saw below before, right here, now we're going to expand this a little bit, right? So here we have a pretty simple user journey as part of an authentication flow. The orchestration flow collects credentials, right? Executes some user-based risk analysis and behavior. For example, looking to see if it's a possible bot, Does it contain a potential compromised email account or email address? And based on these results, it can invoke one of 3 different paths. For example, the example that's in the rectangle, right? It could let the user write in, right? The lowest one, which is, hey, it's a known device, it's a known user, let's let them in, right? I might get back a medium risk score, and I might say, like, you know what, let's invoke MFA. Okay, after MFA, because maybe this is a high value transaction. So then let's go do some identity verification. So the importance, and then lastly, on a high risk score, let's just end it right there, right? We'll take the data, we'll dump it off into another service. In this case, we were looking to do some integration with Lexis, and so that's the idea, dump it into one of their data silos, right? So this is the power of orchestration, right? Because we are basically leveraging one or more security services, right, that are part of this agency's security framework for that citizen's journey. They can be easily orchestrated out of box. We have hundreds of different integrations, like you see here, like a Lexis or a CrowdStrike or something like that. So, kind of summarizing here the last couple of slides, this is sort of a formula, right? It's not perfect, right? But it's maybe a starting point, right? For how you tackle things like identity fraud and why identity is important. So preventive measures are your baseline, right? Like you might say, we do ID proofing for anybody who comes and registers, right? We slap MFA on any sort of authentication event. These are table stakes now, right? In a lot of these places, especially MFA. And so that's sort of how you can initially prevent some of this. Detect is about real-time threat protection across the entire user journey. So the evaluation of risk scores, kind of like what we just saw on the previous slide, right? To detect things like account takeovers, to detect things like new account fraud. And in general, it improves the user experience, right? You define your parameters, and then you define your policies and how you act upon, those scores that keep coming up, right? And lastly, a key component in responding to threats is is tying together multiple vendors. That's what orchestration is all about, right? It's to create an easy, secure experience for that user. So then you can build in and link in really in an agile type environment, these additional services, right? To ensure that the services you're providing to citizens are easy to get to and secure. So lastly, in closing, hey, listen, we all know fraud is out there. It's a high priority for lots of different teams, right? What we talked about with orchestration, you don't have to kill the user experience at the altar of security. There's lots of ways around this. There's a lot of people doing some really interesting stuff in the commercial sector, because I cover that as well. There's no single technology, again, back to our orchestration to address this. This is why orchestration is important. It's sort of a low-code environment. And lastly, we talked really about government to citizen type use cases, but we're seeing a lot of this across other use cases, in particular, for example, contracting. Right? One of our largest customers is basically doing identity proofing, document verification, liveness checks when they onboard contractors. Right? So it's really starting to take off out there in the industry. And that is pretty much it for me.
All right, round of applause for Jeff.
Thank you.
And we have an identity management group. It seems like we're finally getting on top of identity management, and now we have this generative AI, and people are coming up. I'm actually the victim of my Facebook got hacked three weeks ago, and I'm not selling Bitcoin. Just get that out of your mind. But it's just really devious, and it's overseas, but they're getting back to people on the chat, and it sounds like me. It's crazy. So I think that we're pulling a lot of those threads in between our zero trust group and our identity management group. So thank you, Jeff, for that. Next, we have what you've all been waiting for, Jason Miller of the Fed News Network and his esteemed panel. We're gonna get into it. And Jason does everything himself. He takes over the mic. He does everything. don't want to, we're going to have trivia too. That's one of his hallmarks of his moderating the panel. Yeah. Come on up. I'll give you the mic.
Give me the mic. Never let someone hold your mic. That's rule one of being a moderator. All right. While the panelists come up, I will, first of all, thank Tom Suter, of course. He always appreciates when, I always appreciate when he invites me to moderate these panels. Of course, all the folks at ATARC, Tim Eastridge, and everyone who puts this together. There's a lot of work goes into it. So thank you for asking me and continuing to ask me to come back. As you heard, I'm Jason Miller, Executive Editor of Federal News Network. As always, you can find us on federalnewsnetwork.com, and on your way home today, I encourage you to press your AM radio button to find us on 1500 AM. I promise you the button works. It's behind the XM, FM, podcast, whatever else you do in your car, but press the button. That's the only thing I can say. All right. So as Tom said, I always start off with a little trivia to get us our minds working on the topic today. We have a big panel, so there's a lot to go through. So I will try to make it quick. So part of the joy of my trivia is audience participation, because one of the things I love about moderating panels is getting folks to involve. So Tom gave me the wireless mic. I'll get out into the audience eventually. But let's call out answers if you know the answers or want to guess. I encourage you to do that. So here we go. IT infrastructure modernization is our topic for the panel today. So a couple related trivia questions. So let's get started. The TMF board put out their annual report just the other day. I don't know how many of you read it. I did, of course, because that's what I do. Anyways, how much money did they invest in IT modernization projects? So how much money overall did they invest in 2024? How much money? Give me a guess. Someone mumbled on this side, but they can't answer. Audience participation, $20, so close. One more guess. Too much. Nobody wants to guess. All right, you guys got to warm up. Get some coffee, do something. $240 million across 16 projects. All right, here we go, another one. We're warming up. So we know the federal CIO, Claire Monterana, put out a federal OFCIO impact report as well. A lot of reports came out. So I went through it and said, okay, how many memos did the federal CIO issue over the last 4 years? Specific memos from the federal CIO or related to IT. Again, a number. Give me a guess. 100, too many. 20, hey, winner, chicken dinner over there somewhere. Many of the memos focus on modernizing legacy infrastructures, stuff like enhancing software supply chain security, delivering digital first experience. All right, last one. All right, this is the trick one. We know a big initiative to modernize IT infrastructure is GSA's Enterprise Infrastructure Solutions, or EIS contract. So far, as of November 25th, latest data that GSA put out, what percentage of agencies have fully disconnected from the old networks contract and moved to EIS? What percentage of agencies? 0, wrong. 60, too low. One more. 90, very close. 87%. Now, 192 out of 221 agencies are fully disconnected. There are still 12 agencies who have not. 6 large ones include NARA, DHS, Transportation, Sean, Commerce. Not calling Sean out, but hey, that's what the data tells us. They are between 50 and 90%. Now, there's still a long way to go until the 2026 May deadline. All right, hey, look at that. You guys warmed up. I appreciate that. And now, not only did we answer trivia, you have something to talk to tonight with your friends and family over dinner. So, all right, so this is how we're going to do it. We have a big panel. I've asked them to take about 2 to 4 minutes and tell you something you don't know about what they're doing around IT infrastructure modernization. We don't do bios. If you don't know what the IRS stands for, look it up. If you don't know what Commerce does, find it, right? We don't do introductions. This is how we're going to work it. We're going to talk and then get to the audience questions. So hopefully we'll get about 20 minutes of audience questions. So pay attention, think of it. I've asked them to be a little bit of thought-provoking to create some conversation with the audience. So we are not planned, we are unrehearsed, and I'm going to start at the far end of the table. Martin, since you are at that part of the table over there, why don't you lead us off? Keep talking. Don't make it
How's
work.
that?
There you
All
go.
right, perfect. Hi, Martin Stanley with NIST, AI and cybersecurity researcher. I think many of you all are familiar with the program that I lead, which is the AI risk management framework. NIST has a long history of promoting innovation by fostering trust in technology, and primarily we do that through measurement. I think it was Frank who made an interesting comment earlier about having a conversation with your data. I think you use the AI risk management framework to ensure that you're having the right conversation with your data, and it's a good conversation, and all of that. If any of you are having conversations with your data, I bet they're unsatisfying. And so I think that's where the opportunities are for a lot of innovation. And I think, sort of in closing as we get going, I mentioned a certain fun experience I've been having with the state of Maryland tax office. I also had a great experience with the IRS, by the way, a couple of years ago. These missions and all of these systems are in place to service and work for people. And in working with the IRS, I probably spent 15 minutes with one of the best customer service agents that I think that they have there. But one of the most important things about that experience was he was available, number one. And when he understood what was going on with our particular situation, the first words out of his mouth were, "This is going to take probably about 10, 15 minutes, but we're going to take care of your issue right here on this call. I don't want you to worry about anything." As opposed to the state of Maryland, who I can't even get on the phone. That's another conversation. But my point is, we have opportunities to deploy technology to promote the good and the benefit of people. And I think that's the way we need to be thinking about it, and there's a ton of opportunity.
All right, Martin, hold the mic. When you say have conversations with your data, maybe give me another minute or two on what that actually means. Because if you're talking to your data, it may not get answered back very often. So what do you mean by that?
I don't want to steal Frank's thunder because that was his statement. I never heard it before, but I liked it. I think the league leader in unstructured data is the federal government. So all of us, I think, can tell stories about all this information that maybe we've asked for from the people that we serve, or the people that we regulate, or people that we work with. We have yet to make all the most use of that data. And so that's, I think, the conversation first and foremost on the mind of federal agencies.
All right, a lot more there. All right, Sean, not to pick on you for EIS because you do security, so you get a pass. But talk a little bit about, tell us something we don't know about Commerce Department, what you're working on.
Testing. All right, everybody. Sean Flowers, Chief Information Security Officer of the Office of the Secretary and Department of Commerce. So something that you don't know is that I'm also the CISO for the Minority Business Development Agency and the Economic Development Administration. So they didn't tell me when I got hired I was going to be triple-hatted doing, security for 3 different agencies, but here I am. So one of the things that we're really working on is zero trust. So our zero trust strategy, our zero trust architecture is something that's really driving how we innovate and how we operate securely in the future. This is using technologies like Okta and Cloudflare, some of the people that are on the tables, how we just really have a really secure SASE solution where we have private apps, we have always on VPN, and we have Okta handling all of our identity management solutions for all of our legacy infrastructure that we have, right? So we've really came a long way of securing the way we do business for the taxpayers and for all the systems and all of the initiatives that we support across those lines of efforts and those agencies that I'm responsible for securing. So one of the things that, I'm really just a risk executive officer, right? I mean, I know I do security, but all I do is really manage risk, and I try to sell that to senior leaders, especially when I don't get invited to the meetings. And I'm always, I get the task pinged by the CIO, but I'm never in that conversation where maybe I could have actually, said some really smart things there and kind of got the conversation going in a different direction. But the funniest thing is that I always come across when I talk to people and I meet people is they look at me and they really always say, "You're the Chief Information Security Officer?" They say it with a question because I understand I look a little young and I'm in this role here. So, but I feel older. I am 33 years old. So not to age anybody here, but it's kind of a funny thing that I always get every time I meet people and every time I go and I get in those executive meetings. So, but I'm not going to comment on the ES stuff. So,
No.
give me there.
That's fine, because I have a follow-up question that has nothing to do with EIS. But I do want to talk a little bit about, if you could, just give me a little bit more about Zero Trust and where you guys are heading next. When you look at, 6 months, 9 months from now, are there one or two things? I know Zero Trust, 5 pillars, everything happens at once. We all know the kind of the platitude there, but what is really your big priority around Zero Trust over the next, if you will, 6 or 9 months?
Yeah, absolutely. So my goal is to really converge security that we have across those 3 bureaus and really just start flattening and having some good security orchestration. So like most federal agencies, we have a lot of security tools. Some are better than others. Some were good ideas at a certain time and they're no longer good ideas now. And I'm trying to flatten that and ensure that we're all have some type of centralized security at certain points, like consolidating all of our incident response into our enterprise security operations center, removing redundancy from SOC operations from 3 separate agencies into 1. That is having an always-on VPN, getting away from AnyConnect, taking the burden off of the user to have to enable a VPN when they just have to enable it one time, and then we have more secure communications, especially for the people who are working from home or those who may have some BYODs. So we're really moving in a direction where we're converging security. We're trying to minimize risk to an acceptable level across all of our domains and our agencies, and really try to take the onus off of the users and the organizations and really put it on security tools where it can be configured and you kind of plug and play for users to be able to operate securely without having too much impact to their business operations. One thing that I always say is that security, we try to be a flexible resource, not a forced requirement.
All right, very nice. Jane from Interior Department.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me today. So for myself, I am actually about 10 to 12 weeks into my position. And so I'm back to the basics, trying to understand what is it that we have, why we have it, and our use cases for, why we're using what we have and what our users actually need us to have. And it's been interesting. I always like coming to these panels because I learned that the problems that I see at whatever agency I'm at seems to be the problems that a lot of other people happen to have, regardless of whether they're big or small or medium or whatever it is, folks are taking a look at. And when you sit back and you really start over and start looking at your use cases, you really start to understand, hey, maybe we should take a look at what we need to be doing. We've got that Zero Trust going on. Does it really fit with this application? Does VPN work in these situations and not in those situations? And why did it happen to break just the day that I needed it to work? And those seems to be problems no matter what agency I happen to be at. And so for myself, I'm taking a hard look at all of our use cases, what infrastructure we're using now, what infrastructure we want to use in the future, and how is that going to deliver on the mission for the Inspector General for the Department of Interior? And can we do it in a cost-effective fashion as well? Because we always seem to have budget issues that we're trying to work through, that we need to explain to our senior leadership, oftentimes maybe in meetings we don't happen to be attending. So those would be probably the focus that I'm at right now.
All right, so I know you're new, but if we could take it down just another level. When you talk about the process to look at what do we have, is this a big spreadsheet that you already have that you're just updating? Talk maybe a little about the process and have you found anything fun yet? Have you found any, DOS, any
that shadow
any
IT
COBOL?
hiding
No,
from-
not in the IG's office. There's no shadow IT there.
Oh, right. Never.
Never.
Yes. So in terms of, how do you figure out what you have? That would be, a lot of times in enterprise architecture, you're looking at assessments, a lot of interviews, hopefully your discovery findings are matching what people are actually using. Folks sometimes forget, that Windows 12 might be time to take a good look at it. That new person coming in has the opportunity to see something different. The folks that are keeping the lights on every day often don't have time to take a step back and look at that big picture. So one of the advantages to having someone new come in and take a look at everything is they'll have a fresh perspective and be able to do that assessment. It's a lot of it is talking to folks, trying to find out what's out there, trying to find and the reason why they're doing that. I'm a big fan of understanding, folks don't use IT for no reason at all. And we also don't want to provide services that people aren't actually using. Sometimes I think it's helpful when things break because you can figure out if people are actually using it, depending on how many complaints you get from your customer base. But it is important to understand those use cases and why they might still be using Windows 12 or something like that, that perhaps your users don't even know they need to think about doing something new as well. So I think for myself, I've been finding, like everyone, legacy technologies, some older applications that probably need a good assessment to be considered for, moving forward. And then, again, that journey to the cloud. What is it and why would we be using cloud? Especially in the data analytics space, there's a lot of use cases among the Inspector General's offices for data analytics, and then understanding how we can, provide good findings to the agencies that we represent in order to help them be more efficient with their operations.
All right, I have at least 10 more questions for you, but we're going to move over to Leanne from Energy. If you just turn on, give it a second. Push it up.
All right, there we go. I'm Leanne Oliver from the Department of Energy in the Office of the CFO. This morning, Dawn did a great job of talking about all the really cool big picture things that DOE does. There are things that just blow your mind when you look at them and find out what they're doing. However, none of those things would happen unless the mundane financial systems and contracting systems and all the other sort of systems that no one thinks about until they don't work. Then you hear about it. But what powers all of those really cool things is basically kind of boring stuff. And, for those of you who've worked in finance, it's, I think, pretty reasonable to say that having the words creative and accounting in the same sentence is generally not a good idea, unless you're talking about somebody who's committed a crime, which you don't really want to go there either. But what we have been doing in our office is looking at ways to use AI, use whatever is out there, whatever technology is out there. We have moved all 32 of our systems to the cloud. We did that about 2 years ago. As far as I know, I think we're the only agency that moved all of its basic admin support systems into the cloud. It was quite a process, one that I would really not want to go through again, but it was successful. I don't think most of our users who are doing all those really cool things out in the labs and everywhere else in the DOE ecosystem probably even knew that it happened, which is the way it should be. So we've done, one of the things that we did was use RPA. Once again, maybe not one of the most exciting technologies, but every account, every credit card account across the agency has to be closed out at the end of the year. It took hours for various accountants to do that. We used an RPA process that got it down to minutes. It could run in the background while the person was doing something else. As you might imagine, the accountants who used to have to do that were really thrilled because it was kind of boring, but it had to be done. And they were then freed up to do other things. I mean, we are looking at, we have a lot of there are a lot of repetitive processes in the contracting process and the finance process. And so the focus is on figuring out how to deploy those kinds of technologies that will make those jobs easier. One thing that I would end that with is you do need to be careful about change management. If you do not think about that at the beginning, middle, and end of your process, you're going to have some issues. When we deployed one of the funding or a funding system, it combined 3 other systems that were end of life, both on the both on the equipment and on the software. And yet 4 years, 5 years later, I still get people who say, well, gee, if we could just bring bears back, that did exactly what I wanted it to do. And it was a custom system that did do, in fact, exactly what they wanted it to do. And the management of the change, I mean, they should have been told up front that this was going to not be the be all and end all. It was an off the shelf, we were moving to an off the shelf software. And so I think that that's, as you go through this process, no matter whether it's something really cool, really cool and really creative and really innovative, or something kind of routine that is something that needs to be done, you need to really focus on change management, because it does come back to bite you if you don't.
All right.
Leave it at that.
Great story about the use of RPA. When you look forward a little bit and say, okay, you said we're looking for other repetitive processes. Do you all, I guess, 2 simple questions. Do you have a goal of, say, we want to automate 5, 7, 10 processes this year? And are you looking at your friends across the board, say, what can we beg, borrow, and steal from them? Because that credit card closeout example, every agency faces. And if you've already built a bot that maybe works, could Interior, could Commerce steal it from you as well?
Yeah, we're interested. I mean, we're open to doing that kind of thing. One of the things that I keep seeing in AI is that apparently generative AI is supposedly capable of doing simple systems, or maybe simple isn't the right word, but very repetitive systems that have well-defined parameters. And so we would be looking at that as a way to further enhance our activities. I mean, we don't, it's hard for us to get a lot of additional money, because the cool stuff that Dawn talked about this morning is the stuff that everybody wants to fund, which is totally understandable. So what we have to do is figure out creative ways to use resources that we have, or that we can cadge off of someone else.
All right. Sounds like a great TMF proposal, but that's a different discussion. Kashit from IRS.
Hi, good morning. Kashit Pandya from everyone's favorite government agency, IRS. I'm the Chief Technology Officer there, and it was great hearing Martin's experience. I'm going to take credit for it, but I want to talk about what we are currently focused on. And we're focused on a lot of things. It's a very exciting time, honestly, which is rare for someone to say when working at the IRS, but it really is, because of the funding that we now have access to. Martin's experience highlights one of the pain points that we are aware of when we talk about our customers or taxpayers. And like any other federal agency and government agency, and I'm sure other institutions outside of the agencies and government, we have built our ecosystem over many, many decades. And that has created multiple disparate systems. From a taxpayer experience perspective, however, what it means is when you call in, or you're trying to get information about your taxes, notices, whatever it might be, our customer service reps, of course, want to help you as efficiently as possible. But what they're hindered by is the systems itself. The data and the systems that have your information are disparate, and there are multiple behind the scenes. What that means when you call in is they might be able to give you some subset of that information, then they have to log in to a different system to get more information, and a third and a fourth. And that is where the time is consumed mostly. Now, we are currently focused on, and when I talk about how many systems there are between 7 and 10 systems that a customer service representative will have to log in and out of in order to help a taxpayer with their information. We are actively working on modernizing all of those behind the scenes, consolidating so that we have, an access to one system, enterprise case management system, enterprise case selection system, etc. But modernization is a lengthy journey, as I'm sure we can all relate to. And rather than say, well, taxpayers, why don't you just wait 7 to 10 years for that optimal experience, we have started to focus on how can we get access to those data through a consolidated single pane of glass. And what we have now started to work on in a program or initiative we're calling Taxpayer 360. When you as a taxpayer and me as a taxpayer call in, we want to be able to make sure that you have access to all of your information without having the customer service rep log in and out of multiple systems. So we have started to front end all 7 to 10 systems. We haven't modernized them yet, we are, but in the meantime, we have started to create a front end, a single pane of glass, a landing page of sorts for our customer service reps. Behind the scenes, all of those 7 systems are being accessed and the data are being accessed. But from a customer service representative perspective, they are able to simply stay on that one page. So for a taxpayer, when they call in, they are getting that efficient, optimal experience, something similar to what Martin shared earlier. We are going to continue modernizing behind the scenes. Those 7 to 10 systems aren't the only systems. We have hundreds of systems. And as we work on consolidating, we're still looking for those early wins and opportunities to provide the type of service we really want to and need to provide to our taxpayers while we focus on the modernization behind the scenes. So we're at taxpayer 90 so far. In calendar 25, we're focusing on getting us to taxpayer 180, and then the year beyond that will be the taxpayer 360 experience.
All right, quick follow-up. Those 7 to 10 systems that you all decide to focus on, it's obviously based on the data of use of what's in there, of how often when the taxpayer calls and says, hey, I need to solve this problem, you said, oh, that's that system. Talk maybe a little bit about that process because as you said, you have hundreds of systems. You could have picked a different 7 to 10 or 12, or how'd you come up?
So it's based primarily on what are the frequencies and the volumes of calls we receive, right? What is it that a taxpayer typically calls for? Where's my refund? What's this notice I received? What am I owe? What do I owe? How do I make that payment? So knowing that the volumes are based on the frequently asked questions or information that is being sought, we're targeting those initial systems first. Behind the scenes, we are migrating our data from those systems to an enterprise data platform, and then creating those APIs so that we have access to all of those data, then rather than having each system provide its subset of that data.
All right, so much more to ask you, but we're going to move on. Nick, our industry representative from Pure Storage, you just heard a lot of different things. You want to comment on anything or just talk about some trends? Give us the industry perspective.
So thank you, Jason, and thank you to all my fellow panelists for the insights, observations, and really fun stories, because these are the dreams we live. A little bit about me. I retired from the Army 11 years ago. I was the Chief Technology Officer for the Army Intelligence Branch. So yeah, I've lived this dream. I fully appreciate all of these fun challenges, from legacy systems to modernization to cloud transformation and everything else, and then doing it in the dark. But it takes a tremendous amount of two things: vision and determination, and of course, obviously leadership underwriting the endeavors. But I always admire folks who undertake the transformation imperative, because it is really hard work, and it's mostly a thankful task, IRS. Because the irony is, what we're really trying to do is maximize the value of data. As I said, I'm a recovering intelligence analyst with a data problem. I am in a 12-step program. I've been seeking professional help and counseling. But what drove me into the industry in the data service infrastructure and data management realm is, over the course of the past 30 years, we've seen a radical transformation in networking and compute. Networking is, I mean, how many of you all have 400 gigabit networking in your environments, or at least 100 gigabit networking? Just to put it in perspective, 15 years ago, 1 gigabit was regarded as fast to the desktop and 10 gigabit was core. Okay, so what is a 100 gigabit switch capable of replacing? 10 gigabit switches. We talk about CPU and compute modernization and efficiency, and I've got multi-socket systems that all have 64 to 128 cores in them. They're capable of multi-threading. It's 256 operations per socket. That reduced the density of servers in the data center by 10x. All right, so we got fast compute, we got fast networking. Guess what? If you put Schwinn bicycle tires on a Ferrari, you get Schwinn performance. So what's the last thing that had to modernize? What's the only important thing in the data center? The data. Okay, it's not a compute center, it's not a networking center, unless you're Verizon, then it is a networking center. But it's a data center. So how are we able to, how can we maximize the leverage over our data to get us where we want to go? And the problem actually is the foundation of the data service environment. It's the storage. So we're trying to do 21st century work on 20th century technology that has reached its pinnacle of perfection. So how do we enable data service to keep up with compute service and transmission service? And fundamentally, we have to change the technology that we're operating on. I'm gonna pick on you, Kashit, because you're probably my highest profile customer that nobody ever sees. So about 3 years ago, the IRS embarked on their modernized infrastructure data systems environment. So it's a complete data transformation for 8 of the service centers. IRS.gov, by the way, is powered by Accenture Federal Services, and that data is also driven on our arrays. So the reason, what happens is, you get rid of about 150 legacy systems, replace them with 50 systems, basically across all of the sites. But you reduce the amount of work you need to do in order to leverage this data by maybe 90%, but you get literally 10,000 times better performance. And then you reduce the amount of energy required to do that by rough and tough 65%. In an era where data centers are now consuming about 3% of our electrical generation capacity, we've got to figure out a way to claw back that energy consumption as a strategic national imperative. Well, the one thing that we need to modernize is how do we handle our data? How do we deliver maximum leverage over our data? And that's why I work where I work. You know, over the course of the past couple of years, we've improved data storage efficiency basically by a factor of 100. Flash is just inherently more efficient and more amenable to modern technology than legacy disk. Every DFM we make is literally 5 times the size of a current hard disk, but it replaces nearly 100 of them just in terms of capacity and performance. So imagine we can shrink a data center by 90%, but we can deliver 1,000 times more service to our customers, to your customers, to our agencies. In an era of AI, when data is now measured in petabytes per rack, we are fundamentally leading the transformation to enabling the government to do that either directly in agency or through cloud service providers. But the net effect is we drive down the cost of data, we drive up the value of data, and we drive down the amount of money required to deliver the effects over our data. So essentially, we're enabling our customers and our agencies to deliver maximum leverage over data. And that's actually going to be the key challenge for the 21st century, because everything we're talking about doing revolves around our ability to leverage data. Thanks, Jason.
All right, we're going to get to your questions in a second, so let's think of them. It's important. But Nick, one quick question. You mentioned the idea of enable the data service is what we're talking about. It's easier said than done. There's, as I think Martin said, the one thing that the government leads is unstructured data.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just give us an idea of where that's happening, maybe a use case, an example that's happening where someone is saying, hey, we've done the data service, and then we'll get to questions.
It's a very interesting question, Jason. So historically, block data, the type of data that was structured data, has been the highest value data. That's what we put in databases. It's how we leverage data basically at the binary level. The problem is that's how computers talk to data. It's not how people talk to data. And it is a rigorous transformation to try and get data into a structured format when it was created with an unstructured medium, like a television camera or a microphone, or you and I writing notes on paper. I mean, how many of us have had to digitize handwritten or typewritten physical archives into modern digital formats? Yeah, notebooks is another great example. We all have. So what we see now in the modern era with 5G, sensors everywhere, cameras everywhere, audio, video, people interacting with devices, is the rise of not just file data, but object storage. And we've never really designed systems historically to deal with unstructured data in its native format. Our job is to make sure that you can leverage your data in whatever format it was originally created in, basically to give you performance and leverage over that data at scale. But we're seeing now in the era of the internet, object storage is predominating. I mean, almost everybody has an S3 bucket somewhere. Or, yeah.
All right, do we have questions from the audience? There we go. Always takes the first one to get the room warmed up. All right. I'm gonna hold the mic, but you tell them who you are.
Gail Lazaroff with Pluralsight. Good morning. So during Dawn's keynote, she talked about skill gaps and the importance of talent in an organization. Can you share how you are accelerating the tech skill development of your workforce?
Anybody want to jump in?
Well, we recognize that if you don't have the people to do the stuff, you're not going to do the stuff. That's a very, kind of basic way of putting it, not very elegant maybe, but it is the bottom line truth. And so what we do in my office is we try to make sure, that we hire people who are the kind of people that we want, who are curious, who are conscientious, who are interested in their jobs, and then we train them and we do anything we can to retain them, especially our cybersecurity people, because they have an easy time finding another job somewhere. And so my office has been fully remote since COVID. And we have been able to recruit people from across the country that would not have moved to DC if they got these jobs. I have 8 of my 30 feds are fully remote. Well, all of us are fully remote, but 8 of my feds don't live in the DC area. And it's, we also treat them nicely. I've been told that.
Whoa. Stop. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, but I have been told by staff that we've hired that, this is the best place they've ever worked because, we appreciate the fact that they are contributing members and that, a lot of them are sort of introverts, which is not unusual in IT world. But they are very appreciative of getting the training, getting sent to conferences, and we have very little turnover as a result of that. And I know from talking to colleagues that that's not true in other places. And I want to say, so have you been nice to them? But I don't want to, give that away because it's our competitive edge.
Sean.
Hey, so that's a very interesting topic, right? So I've seen this in other places that I work. So one of the many things that I do, I'm an adjunct professor at University of Maryland Global Campus, and I run, a workforce development nonprofit, right? So I've seen this on how to retain skill and how to get people to stay in a job. And the number one thing that I've really understood and really, really honed in on is promoting people and ensuring that they know that they have ability to upskill and reskill. So this is trying to keep people there because everybody there, they generally want to stay there and to move up in the organization. So what I do is for the feds that I have and the contractors that are underneath me as well, is that I like to promote opportunities to skill and reskill and help them come up with a career map, a trajectory, right? A lot of people come there, a lot of my civilians that I have, I ask them, well, what's the plan when you, what's next? And they say, this is what's next. Getting this job was the plan. And I'm like, no, I want to set you up so when you leave here, you will be able to get whatever job that you want to get in the field, and I will try to support you as much as possible. So really empowering them to take advantage and take control of their career, offering those experiences for them to upskill, reskill, go to conferences, get these certifications. They are there and they are available for you. So empowering them allows them to, they naturally want to work harder. They naturally want to take on more responsibility. They naturally want to be there. And for us, you know, we're not like energy. Unfortunately, we have to do 3 days a week in the office, which is a hard sell for cybersecurity, you know, personnel. But the people that I've had, they want to be there and they want to support the mission and they understand the culture and the identity and why we are here. And I offer that and I afford that to them. So that is how we approach it, and that's how I kind of reduce turnover and empower my workforce.
Has anyone, I was talking to a CIO recently, and like, it escapes my mind, unfortunately, but they have mandatory training, and they have 2 weeks a year, and it's tied to performance plans. Anybody else on their teams have anything like that, where you're telling your leaders, your senior leaders, hey, you must require your folks to do 2 weeks or how many weeks of, there's always mandatory training for government, we know that. There's FISMA, there's privacy, but I meant like, I think it was OPM was telling me this, to be honest. And if you passed it, they paid for you, and if you didn't pass it, you paid them back. But anyways.
Yeah, all of the first line supervisors, everybody, all of their direct reports have a plan that addresses the things that Sean was talking about, and we don't, we give them the opportunity to attend certain numbers of conferences and to go to classes, and it is a plan that is worked out with their supervisor with an eye to what's next and what kinds of skill sets we think we're going to need in the future. So if if you're interested in something that we think we're going to need, then we're definitely going to make sure you get trained properly.
And be nice.
And be nice, yes.
All right,
But that is a nice thing.
Go.
So.
Somebody else jump in, but I want to get to another question in the audience.
Just going to mention that I think it's important that there's also that culture that you need to have that training among your staff. It's really common, I think, for folks to get comfortable with where they're at and to think, oh, nothing's going to change. Well, it is, especially in IT, and probably a lot faster than anybody intended. So having that culture with an expectation from the leadership to frontline supervisors of the need to just train is also really important. And yes, I think all of us as leaders in our organization have lots of discussions around upskilling all of our staff regularly and hopefully aligning to whatever our modernization plans are for our infrastructure as well. There's no sense in having people take training if it's not relevant for what's coming 3-5 years down the road.
That COBOL training, just, I don't know. I keep trying to take it. All right, another question. Tell them who you are.
Hi, Ryan Galdamez with SHI International. It's a quick question. As federal leaders, when you do have that new technology you want to implement or projects you want to do, what does that look like? And, how do you guys go about proof of concepting and, just making sure that the project actually works?
So I'll start. We have, again, a lot of technology over the many, many decades, but as we have been on our modernization journey, one of the areas of focus for me has been ensuring that we don't spend an excessive amount of time just planning, developing, thinking. I call it aggressive thinking. We spend a lot of time just thinking about how something will be done and should be done. I've moved our teams away from being in that or time boxing it. So let's figure it out. Let's do something. Let's think about how we want it to be for the next 2 weeks. But beyond that, we're going to start focusing on execution. The challenge we have, again, I'm sure is shared by my colleagues here, is a lot of our environment are very monolithic applications. Right? when you're looking to modernize something that is a core tax processing system for the country, 2 million lines of ALC and COBOL, trying to get that modern equivalent of that is a multi-year journey. So I've started to target on what I've termed micro modernizations. Where can we start modernizing immediately and obtain real value in the next 3 months, in the next 6 months? Keep our eyes on the target, ultimately to get a completely new or completely modern version of whatever system it is, but start with a 3-month modernization or micro modernization of these large monolithic applications.
Nick, jump in real quick as well, because otherwise Greg is going to give you a hard question.
I love it when he does that.
Are you seeing more pilots? Are you getting more questions from agencies saying, hey, can we test this out? And what's that starting to look at? Whatever this is, doesn't have to be pure storage, of course.
Yeah, this is broadly, okay? It's every agency and every company, every enterprise that we work with, this is like my favorite part of being a CTO is, okay, what's next? How do we test drive something? How do we iterate an idea? How do we decide whether or not something's going to work efficiently? Like, pilot efforts are hard. By the way, this is why the cloud is really popular, is it gives us a cheap way to try something out. And if it works, great. And if it doesn't work, okay, fine, move on to the next thing. We're developing technology to enable our customers to do exactly that. And I know that everybody across the industry is working on how do we give you better leverage over your infrastructure and over your data to enable these kind of really rapid iterative capabilities. And testing ideas is becoming a lot cheaper than it ever was before. And we really do live in the golden age.
All right, unless someone wants to jump in, I got another question. No, it's not for you. All right, tell me who you are.
Hi, folks. My name is Greg Carl. I'm with Pure Storage. No relation directly to Nick. But what I want to ask you is, you guys have talked about zero trust, different initiatives, how you go about, modernization process. I've talked to a lot of leaders, and depending, mileage may vary. What is the most challenging pillar of the ZTA framework you have found to really align for your organization? Is there one specific thing that's like, we can't quite get it there, or that's an easy button, hey, Okta can do that for me, et cetera? What has been the most challenging initiative as you're trying to integrate from a people, process, technology perspective?
Why don't we just, go down, start with Martin and go down.
So I think that's a great question. I'm not really sure that the tools and the technology are the real problem. What I've observed is the hardest part is like if you have a access policy that you need to have in your organization, which requires you understand the workflow and what people are doing and what aspects of the data and the system they need access to. Those seem to be some of the harder problems I've observed in organizations, that it's really like on the people and process side as opposed to the tools. There's plenty of tools out there. Doesn't mean that we can't get better at the tools, but I think it's more in the human realm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that, right? So the saying is old habits die hard, right? And they really do, especially when it comes to, users, doing things that they love to do. And one of the hardest things is like, having MFA. Some users love their username and password, and they don't want to trade putting in 26 characters for putting in 9, but it's because they love doing that. Or users, they don't want to trade, authenticating to a VPN one time. They rather do it all the time. So those kind of things are just challenges, culture, behavior, and those are just things that we need to overcome.
I'm going to say data, and probably for the same reasons other folks are. Data is front and center, and if folks can't get to their data fast, then they're kind of unhappy. So, folks always love when you show up with new security tools, right, that they now have to help you implement. And they really just want to get their work done on a given day. And so when you're like, well, no, you got to do these things and label it. And is it high or low? Is it PII or not PII? Is it automated? Have you built it into your pipeline? And then they're like, we really just need to get this done by Friday because our boss asked for it. And so those are the pieces that I think you struggle with from a people perspective. And then because data is so front and center for, people are using technology to get to the data. And so to me, the question was which pillar? I would say data. So.
Yeah, data is important, but it is also getting people to use their MFA. I just recently had an experience where I had to call a meeting of a bunch of parts of DOE, and it wasn't even really my responsibility, but this one large part of DOE was resisting using their PIV cards because they had a few people. It was like 1% of their employees did not have PIV cards, and they did not want to go to PIV cards. And so I said, look, this is ridiculous. I'm tired of it. So we had a meeting with those folks, and with the help of the CISO who said he was going to have to go to the White House and explain why we had such low numbers on adoption of PIV cards. They capitulated, but it was touch and go there for a while. And and this is after years of people complaining about them having to change their passwords every 90 days. It just it's like you just can't please people, and I understand why it's annoying. I mean, I hated changing to have to change my passwords all the time too. But it is a secure. I mean, this was a high risk system. This was a high value asset, and we explained that maybe they didn't really want people who didn't have clearance to have access to that, and they couldn't really argue with it. They tried, but they couldn't really do it. So we got more. We still are working on it, but the numbers are dwindling of people who don't use MFA.
For me, in my experience, technology for any initiative or project has been the easiest part of the project. The process on the other side, on the other end, is always a more challenging one. And our technology modernization has, far exceeded our process modernization. When our processes are established or reviewed for any modernization, any effort we undertake, we're still using it from what it was 10 years ago versus what we are using the technology, or what kind of technology we're using today. So as we want to accelerate, somebody is out there taking a look at the checklist and says, well, I must know the physical location of this server. Like, well, it's in the cloud, right? It's in somebody else's data center, and we don't know where, but my checklist says I have to have this information. and that getting us to evolve beyond and match where we are from a technology perspective, processes haven't caught up, and that ends up being the biggest challenge, and why some of these efforts take longer than I really think they could or should.
Kashid's being nice, Jane, but he's talking about the IG. Not your IG, of course, Jane, because you work at Interior. Anyways, all right, one last question, then I think Tom's going to pull the hook. But this gentleman here has never been in government, and he's not really sure how it works. So can you? My microphone.
I am. Are we going to fight over this?
Still no. It's still mine.
Always. My name is Gundeep. I am currently with New Access Innovations. I'm still a recovering Fed. I joined the private sector 4 months ago. I was at the Department of Labor before then, for decades.
I forgot.
So when Jane was talking about data and access, it sort of resonated with me. We sit on a lot of data. When I talk to my wife about a particular swimming pool, the private sector can send me a coupon within a few minutes. Now, I don't want the government to infringe on my privacy, but surely the speed, the improvement in the quality of data, and the speed with which we can turn it into information and serve it to the right person at the right time, preserving cybersecurity and privacy, I know is the top priority for most of us. What are you doing in your individual agencies to improve the quality of data and increase the velocity of turning it into information and serving it to the right person?
Security and privacy are important, but that's not the only requirements that we have in using the data that we've collected. All this data was collected under particular authorities for lawful purposes. And so I think in addition to privacy and security, we also have to make sure that as we're combining data sets and we're using data for new purposes, that we're still maintaining that lawful authorized purpose for which data has been collected. So I think that's another aspect of this that has to persist as we modernize.
Anyone else jump in? We got We got last call. One more. Nobody else wants to touch your. Going deep. Nobody says, hey, we're not turning data information. It's okay.
When you retire, you get to get a swimming pool. Is that how that works?
All right. Well, we are 3 minutes over, and you guys were a great audience, but they were a great panelists. So let's give them a round of applause. Tom, hand back over the microphone to you, sir. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. I get my mic back. That's fantastic. Great panel. Thank you, Jason, for moderating us through that. We're going to take a little break. One thing I've noticed in my 5 minutes of research before this started is that it's, you know how it is when you're buying a car at the end of the year, you get all these good deals. I think we got some really good swag right now. It's the end of the year. They're going to unroll the new stuff in January at the sales conference. But in all seriousness, we have some really great companies here. A lot of the feds in the room. That's where they do your market research. I've been told that many times. It's fantastic. We got a good array of people, companies that are doing great work, and they support us throughout the year. So enjoy your break. We'll call you back here and in about 20 minutes, I think. Thanks. One event I want to point your attention to that we're doing in the spring and is our GuiTech, our GuiTech conference. It's basically, we merged with a government group, 5-6 years ago, and to help them run that. But the conference has really matured. And the reason I'm bringing it up is I did say that I went to Virginia Tech, and it is at the University of Virginia. It's co-located between the Darden School and the law school there. And I think some folks were upset, UVA lost to us in football again this year. I think it's 19 out of 20 years. But that I will give them this. Chad Sheridan's around. He was former CIO over at USDA. But we will have a big UVA contingent there. So it's going to be fantastic. We're talking to the data school down there. They're going to be partnered with us, but it's going to be a great look. It's just a brand new Kimpton. It's fantastic. So anyway, that's going to be, I think, April 1st. I'm not making that up. Next, we have a couple of quick tech talks, and we've got a last second stand-in. So no pressure or anything, Ravi, but we have Ravi Madumbi, Chief Strategy Officer of 22nd Century Technologies. And thank you for doing this. I know it's last second, but we're going to be talking generative AI.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome.
I have 7.5 minutes, so I'm going to ram through it, all right, last minute addition. I'm Ravi Mudumbi. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for 22nd Century Technologies. I would love to introduce our company, talk to you all about our patents that we have, a little bit about our framework, the implementations, real-world examples that we have done, and some lessons that we have learned when you're implementing AI solutions that you all can take back to your implementations and be more successful than we were. So, moving forward, that's me. So we are a mid-sized company, but kind of big, around 6,500 employees, presence in 50 states, 4 different countries, doing digital transformation, AI, cyber work. And we have around 6 patents recently granted to us in the past few years, all in the AI space. And I'm having fingers crossed that we'll get 2 more in the next few days. So what's our framework? What's a framework for AI? Everybody talks about, we have to have some sort of a governance model. We need to have all types of bells and whistles. But in reality, before you do any AI implementation, you need to have some sort of a governance model attached to it. What does that really mean? Your model should be free of ethical biases. It should not really look at gender, sex, nationality, or any other race to get you a specific result. And it should also follow energy conservation, environment friendly, and on top of it, make sure that it is privacy compliant. But, and there's a huge, huge but, governance does not stop with ethical bias, right? It's also data bias. And what does that mean, right? When you look at data, your model is running on this data continuously. And this can be data bias happening. Data can be heterogeneous. A row of data is a life story of a person or a family or an entity, right? My data can be very different from Tim's data, and the data type that has it are very different. So your model should not distinguish between the data types that it's processing on and should be free of data bias. And that's a very important point that people typically miss and our algorithms typically miss. So you have to be very, very good with it, very conservative with it, not go free ballistic of I'm going to do without any governance on it. And our governance framework that we have created at 22nd has multiple elements to it. One is our auto AI, right? Looking at the use case that we have, the type of data, metadata that we are getting, and most importantly, as the speakers were talking previously, the realities of the data corpus that we have. We can then decide what model, what parameters, what tuning are important to be selected for implementation. Rather than experimenting with hundreds of LLMs, hundreds of bots, hundreds of future models that are out there, it's just a waste of time. You don't want to do that. So we have a very strong patent that was granted a few years ago on this particular modeler that our engineers use every day to save time for AI implementations. And I strongly believe AI should be explainable. When you get a result, it should detail what steps it took, what assumptions it made, and how it is delivering the outcomes. Without that, AI is a black box. One small error in your false positives or false negatives, and the confidence is gone. And nobody wants that to happen in your AI models. So it should be very clear, very explainable to the end user and the stakeholders that you're working with. Edge AI, everybody talks about it, but your model should be small and pretty powerful enough that they can run on a very small processor, like a camera. We have a project that we are doing for a very big metropolitan city, implementing Edge AI and quantum for 20,000 cameras. So imagine the amount of processing that I have to run a big model for traffic management and crowd management, and how much energy we are saving by not having the data go back to the cloud and come back. Again, trainer AI is very important. You need to continuously train your models. It's not easy to train all these models. And when you don't train, the model that gave you great results today will not give you good results in 3 months or 6 months down the line. It's very, very common. Data skew happens all the time. So you have to continuously train your models on where you can get it. Research and development, right? You have to be at the forefront. I'm seeing the timer, so I'm going to make it a little bit quick. But we are partnered with top universities and companies like NVIDIA. What do we get out of it? A little bit preferential treatment when we want GPUs. God knows getting GPUs is almost impossible nowadays. So, few examples, right? Fraud detection. For companies like AXA Insurance, Lloyd's London, we do a lot of fraud detection. Hundreds of millions of data points that we process continuously. We have deep learning neural networks that work on these models to generate millions and millions of anomalies, identify them, identify what is real, what is just user error data, and what is actual fraud data. And I was talking about training your AI continuously, right? This is prime example of that, because where we use fraud detection models, scammers and fraudulent people are becoming more and more efficient every day using AI. So how do we stop it? We have to continuously train our models, and we train our models every single day on this. We have preventive maintenance. At Airbus, the airplane industry, we have a preventive maintenance model that runs on identifying all the parts in an engine when those parts need to be maintained, repaired, or replaced ahead of their scheduled maintenance, right? Again, 8.5 million data points, too much of IoT data and sensor data that we collect. But the most important aspect of it is we have identified parts in an engine that needs to be replaced or repaired 56 intervals prior to their scheduled maintenance. So I travel in Airbus, not in Boeing anymore, because I know my models are keeping me safe. So IDP bot, right? This is great thing that we have at IRS. We scan millions and millions of tax forms, 1040s, 940s, 768s, all those things, and we actually take these forms, take the data out of it, scan it, recommend on how the data should be or could be, and then put it into a database. Now imagine this thing. It's so mature enough that if you have coffee stains or chicken scratch on the 1040, or even if your 1040 is toned like this, we can read the data, identify it, and put it back into master database of IRS. It's that mature data that we have, data model that we have there. Digital assistant at regenerative agriculture and at DoD, we have a very custom knowledge-based agent that we are running on. However, that's everybody, right? What's something else that we can do? Like at INDN, if a researcher wants to look at a particular wheat variety, what type of moisture does it contain, what type of water quotient that is looking at, and how do you collect all of those things, get some answers on compliance, but then immediately also wants to send the information to FDA or order a pound of it to be refrigerated. Our digital assistant can take that, go ahead, do all the nuanced work for the researchers rather than the researcher coming and doing ordering and everything else. So, lessons learned. And I'm just trying to keep it a very simple lessons learned here, right? What's the most important thing? Expectation management. Implementing a software development program versus implementing an AI, they are two different beasts. The fundamental engineering principles are the same. They're not different. But expectations on your management, requirements, development, testing, everything is very different. For example, very simply, when you're doing a software program, right, you have an arbitrary answer, binary answer. You put in an input, you get an output. Pass, fail, very clear. AI is not that. You get a range, you get a prediction, you get a classification, which is very different on the data, which is who is doing it, what time, is the data skew happening or not. So you need to be able to have a stakeholder expectation management done properly for this to have, for this to really be successful, for your AI implementation to be successful. Small, quick prototypes. Everybody says that. We really need to have that, right? But the most important aspect of it, I keep hearing this all the time, data. The underlying data should be high quality. If you have low quality data, if you have a low, bad data engine without ingestion, without conformance, without deduplication and all the stuff, your AI is going to spit bad results. It's not your AI implementation that failed, it's your data that failed. And we need to really have a clear understanding of what these things are, because you need to go back to your stakeholders, your customers, and say, clean up your data, my implementation is correct. Anyway, that's it. Thank you, folks, and I'm standing over there if you need any more information.
Thank you, Ravi. That was fantastic. And you know, I think for government leaders, we're going to have this DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. This is the kinds of solutions they're going to want to look at, right? They're not going to want to look at that I need about 150 butts and seats contracts. I think we're going to shift from, if you're an integrator, I believe we're going to shift to using more software. That's how you're going to achieve some of these efficiencies. And we've had a couple sessions here at Caresoft, actually. I am not too worried about IT spending for efficiency. You're going to need IT to get the efficiencies that they're looking for in the next administration. Next, we have Bill Hackley, Federal Sales Engineer Manager, Civilian in Rubric. And then we're going to dive into our panel. So, Bill, you get the mic. Do you want to, you're like a roamer person, right? Do you like to use the mic if you don't mind me using your mic? You can use my mic. It'll go to yours. Where is the clicker? Here it is.
Which also means that I can't see the timers. That's perfect. So
yeah, you're like me. You have too much coffee. You need to walk around.
I have a lot of coffee today, so yeah. All right, let's see. Let's just go ahead and jump right to the next slide. So, hey, thank you everybody for having me today. I only have about 7.5 minutes, as Ravi said. So not a lot of time to cover a topic like this, but we're going to talk about cyber recoveries, right? So not a topic that probably a lot of people are thinking about, right? People think about cyber prevention, right? Kind of stopping the bad guys. But what I want to do is kind of put you in the mindset of, hey, what happens if the bad guys got in? What do you have to do now, right? You have to recover, right? So kind of preparing for cyber recovery here, right? So kind of why are we here, right? So a lot of spend going on. A lot of my friends here in the vendor space, but spend on kind of cybersecurity tools. But ultimately, while spend is going up, we're seeing that attacks and successful attacks are still going up, right? So a lot of money spent in prevention. Again, we're going to talk more about the concept of what happens when you are attacked, right? So any of the CISOs and CIOs in the room kind of want to put you in the mindset of, hey, what happens if the breach happened, encryption happened, and mission critical apps are potentially down? So I know it's the holiday season, it's not a heartwarming story, right? But just kind of think about that in kind of a mindset there, right? So the concept is within federal, we have a lot more sensitive data than kind of the average orgs do, right? So this is citizen data, all that. But the important kind of key thing here is the average time to recover from a cyber event is 2 to 3 weeks, right? So I like people to always think about this in terms of your mission critical apps, right? Because I think in technology, we get so caught up in kind of just technology that we forget that it powers mission critical applications, right? So if you think right now, what are your most mission critical apps? And what if they were down for 2 to 3 weeks? What's that impact to your mission, right? That's potentially a scary thought, right? So what the overall concept here is that there's a lot of focus on prevention, right? It's kind of the build the walls of the castle really tall and really strong and dig that moat and don't let the bad guys in. But the old saying is what the bad guys have to be right once. You have to be right every single time, right? So what happens when they are right and they get in, right? You are this person sitting in front of Congress, right? The last spot you want to be. So what we're going to talk today is a concept called cyber recovery time objective, right? So in the backup and recovery world, there's a concept of RTO, recovery time objective. But that's living in the world of the known, right? You know what you need to recover, right? A user deleted a folder, you need to get that back, right? An admin upgrade went sideways, like the CrowdStrike thing that happened a few months ago. That's the world of the known. In a cyber event, it's the world of the unknown. You don't know what was attacked, what you need to recover, when you should go back to. That's what we're going to talk today is about cyber recovery time objective. So potentially a new concept. So again, in the backup and recovery world, recovery time objective, but let's talk about if you're hit with an attack, right? So God forbid you're in that worst moment, right? So the first thing that you're going to ask yourself, so there'll be a bunch of questions here, right? The first question is, what's the scope of the attack, right? What was hit? What wasn't hit? Because you can't just go to your backup and recover everything, right? Because just the laws of physics, the time that it would take to recover everything, right? Also, you don't want to overwrite good data, you know, that was not attacked, right? So just getting that scope of the attack is really, really important, right? The next thing is figuring out what is your clean recovery point. Actually, at this point, I want to tell you a story, right? So the city of Dallas, right? So earlier this year, they were all over the news, right? So they were hit with a ransomware attack and essentially brought down the whole system for the city of Dallas. And everyone got in the room together and they figured out, hey, what is the one application that we need to get back up and running first and foremost? And it was 911 services, right? Important. So it still took them over 4 days to get 911 services up and running because they were living in these first two questions of what was impacted and what's my clean recovery point. What they were doing is every time they did a recovery, it took them 6 hours. They would do the recovery, they would run their cyber tools against it, they found out it wasn't a clean copy, go back to the drawing board, go back to the last copy, and they did this over and over again for almost 4 days, right? Or over 4 days. So think about your most mission critical application and what that would mean to you 4 days down, right? Huge. Now, that was just one application. To get the whole system up and running, it was over 100 days. So it's painful. The next thing to think about, right? So now that you're spending all this time getting your recovery up and running, if you're a CISO, you're a CIO, you're going to be thinking, was any of that data sensitive, right? Because if the bad actors have access to your data to encrypt it, you better believe they have access to export that data. And they're making way more money on the dark web right now selling sensitive data than they are with, you know, making you pay Bitcoin to get your data de-encrypted, right? So sensitive data. And also to think about this in terms of a backup solution, right? Because if your entire environment is a smoking crater, the tools that you use today to find sensitive data, to find ransomware, all that, those tools might be down themselves, right? So think about this in terms of a, you know, going through a mass recovery. And then lastly, you don't want to reinfect yourself, right? So you go through this big mass recovery, you know, you spend the 4 days, you get your 911 services up and running, just like Dallas, and then you find yourself back to being encrypted because a lot of these things have time bombs built inside of them, right? So it might be 30 days later and you're back to being encrypted. And then ultimately, so all these questions, but the last question is, was my backup system also part of the attack, right? When I go to break that glass and I want to get that 911 service up and running, is there even anything there, right? So that's an important thing, right? So again, not a holiday heartwarming story, right? So this is essentially when you're breached, this is what we're seeing. People are down for a while. The mission, your mission applications are down. So let's talk about how things can get better here, right? So things to think about in terms of concepts of a true solution that is a cyber resilient, cyber recovery solution. So first and foremost, you have to have a system that when you're doing your backups, and think about, this isn't just on premises, right? This is on-prem, this is cloud, this is SaaS, but think about your most mission critical apps and your data, when you're backing them up, knowing that they're going to a vault that is completely secure, completely hardened, right? So just another quick story. So MGM earlier this year, right? They went through a big attack. It was all over the news. Hotels were down, operations were down. And what they figured out at the end of all this is that it wasn't a hacker that came in through the firewall, kind of breached their way in. They didn't break in, they logged in. So what they did is they called the help desk, they did social engineering, they got access, they logged in, and they logged in as an administrator. Not only did they go after production data, they went after the backup system. Because they were an admin, they were able to get in and undo all the stuff that makes it a secure vault, right? So with that said, you need a system that relies on multi-factor authentication and even things where like a quorum authorization, meaning if there's a change that's going to be disastrous to your data that's stored on backups, make sure it's more than one human being that has to approve that, right? So things like that, build a foundation of zero trust. Next up is encryption detection, right? So built into the backup solution, you should be able to search inside your backup solution and find what was encrypted, what wasn't. You can't rely on tools that are outside of your backup solution because those tools might not be available to you. Oops, my timing's a little off. So next is also just to make sure that you can quickly find a clean recovery point, right? Don't be the city of Dallas. Don't have that 911 system where you're going through iterations of every 6 hours trying to find that, right? So a system that can actually go and find you your clean recovery point. And then also to look for sensitive data, because again, when everything's down, your backup solution might be the only thing that's up and running. Can you correlate what was encrypted, what was attacked, the sensitive data? At the end here, don't worry. And then, I know. I'm sorry, yeah. So then lastly is just to prioritize, right? So again, back to that City of Dallas story, can you take your most mission critical applications and bring them up first, right? That's the important part. So leave you with one last thing that I'm super proud of at Rubrik is that we finally got our FedRAMP moderate. So anyone, yeah, please, yeah, clap, right? Anyone that's done this, right? It took us a long time. It takes everyone a long time. We are super happy to be there. And thank you very much. Sorry for going a little bit extra.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll still ask you a question anyway.
Yeah.
Practice, to quote the great Alvin Iverson, it's hard to do this, right? You got to do it on the weekend. How many agencies, percentage-wise, would you say actually practice this? Because it seems like you've practiced it when the incident happens, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, so I've got this one more time. And
give us a sense.
yeah, so I think I actually answered similar last time you asked me this, right? One of my favorite quotes by Mike Tyson is everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the face, right? So yes, make sure that your solution also has the ability to practice this, right? That you can bring up, test the workloads, make sure that this recovery actually works, right? So definitely super important. Yeah, I agree.
Well, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Now we're going to go to John Curran with Meritalk, who's going to moderate our next panel on cybersecurity. Take it away, John.
Thank you. Okay, parade of panelists. Right, I think we've got everybody. We're going to hunker down around the family panel table here. I think we have enough mics. You may want to do a tiny bit of sharing if you can. So, good morning. I'm John Curran. I'm with Meritalk. I get to run our news service, which I hope you look at once in a while. Big thanks to ATARC for inviting me back here again. I've done a bunch of panels by now, and they're always really interesting to do because we get to meet really good people in government and private sector as well. This morning, we're going to talk about cybersecurity imperatives, mostly government. We have more doctors on this panel than a good medical practice. So let me just introduce, and as I do, toss up your hand. We have Doc McConnell, Director, Federal Enterprise Improvement Team at Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. We have the one and only Dr. Amy Hamilton, Faculty Chair, National Defense University. We have Dr. Sean Cortopassi, Division Director, Defense Manpower Data Center at U.S. Department of Defense. We have Landon Van Dyke, Chief Technology Officer, Officer of Management Strategy and Solutions at the State Department. We have Dr. Kenneth Clark, Senior Exec, U.S. Federal Government with a lot of background in defense and intel. We have Dr. Darren Death, Chief Information Security Officer and Chief Privacy Officer at the U.S. Export-Import Bank. And last but totally not least, Aaron Rosenman, Pluralsight cybersecurity author, Senior Director of Tradecraft and Programs at On Demand. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk a little bit about cybersecurity in government as it exists now, frameworks, things like that. But we definitely want to make time to talk about the incoming administration, ideas about where policy may change, where things may stay the same. People have a lot of good ideas about that. And at the end, but in the middle of when we speak, if you have a burning question, we are up for taking questions and answers. So I'll look for raised hands, but towards the end of the panel, I will actually ask for Q&A. So if there are things on your mind, you have some great people here that can answer them. So let's start with kind of the most basic one. Give us a little bit of an idea about the pressing cybersecurity challenges, kind of the most pressing, can be federal government, state government, local government. Having said that, we all know adversaries are bad, cyber is expensive, workforce is tight. So, you know, those things are kind of known. If you can drill into just a tiny bit, one or two pressing cyber challenges. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, one or two really limits the scope there because there's a lot. But in my experience working with state and local particularly, as well as federal, it depends on the federal agency, is with limited skill in your organization, there is a lot of issues that can be found. So when we're looking at Active Directory, that's one thing, and there's a lot of really common tactics that we have to worry about. Just exposing devices to the internet, like RDP, has caused things like Dallas to happen, and stuff like that. And then not having the team to be able to like check on those things, or maybe just simply not having the knowledge as you have personnel rotating out is one issue. But then you also have every single device that is a camera in your organizations. You have all of the IoT devices that you keycard into your doors, and times every single thing that has a Wi-Fi connection. And when you go look at that, all those are installed by different contractors. Those are configured by different contractors, and those contracts end, and then they leave, and they stay extremely insecure after that. And that's in every building, in every federal agency, every state and local facility as well. And your teams don't have the knowledge to be able to get after that, much less everything else. And so trying to understand how we get after protecting those things, which I found incredibly vulnerable across the board, across the nation, it's really difficult.
Wow, that makes the problem sound very difficult. Challenges in cyber.
Absolutely. I'm sure you've all heard about the data breaches, but challenges I've had to work through in my federal career is critical service disruptions to mission essential systems. You know, the question is what are your service level agreements? How do you get it back online? How do you, you know, ensure that the business continues during that process?
Darren.
Kind of taking it back from a technology perspective, I think it's the kind of the human interaction component. It's the collaboration, excuse me, with team members, right? So when we talk about just counting two is like that's really limiting, right? So just think about all the issues that could happen within an agency or a private sector organization, and it's making sure that you have all of the connections and have established lines of communication with the business, within your organization or the mission within your organization. One of the things that I like to say is, the CISO, the CIO, they're business leaders, right? If they're not business leaders, then they're your IT director, they're your IT security director. So making sure that you have all of those connections so that you understand the context behind what a mission leader is trying to do with something, because we like to say manage risk, but if you don't understand the challenges that the mission's happening or is having, you can't actually manage risk, right? Because you need to understand what they're doing, what's going on, what's the impact to, you have life, limb, property issues. All of those things kind of come in. So if I think on the previous panel there was a discussion where the person went and talked again, to the mission to talk about MFA and what was a challenge there, right? But if you don't have those ends, those ability to communicate across the organization, then you can't solve those problems, right? So they lead into everything, right? So we're talking about zero trust and communicating zero trust, helping people understand what it actually means, right? So many people, I think people are getting it now, but people were like, zero trust, what do you mean you don't trust me, right? So even just those levels of communication and training, right, are important. So we focus a lot on technology, and that's important. Technology is important. We need it. But, the technology has progressed and the adversary has progressed, right? But we still have these same issues, and they all fall down to people issues. So I think that's one of the major challenges is understanding the people issues and actually kind of working to, meet everyone where they're at, understanding what your job is, understanding what their mission is, and actually working to manage risk.
Always the people game. Landon, how about you?
I will go back to what Aaron mentioned. One of my favorite things to talk about is security, cybersecurity for OT, IoT. Some of the more recent items that we've been focusing on are electric vehicle charging stations. These things that sit out in grocery markets parking lots that are unattended and in the evening can be hacked into and malware can be dropped in. State Department, we operate in 190 countries, so for our vehicles to need to get charged again and have malware dropped into them it's a higher risk, and so we're focused on that. I'm also looking at architecture for our systems so that we can be future ready or quantum future ready, which requires making sure that our architecture is modular or adaptable. And I would say for AI, especially since a lot of our AI folks are data scientists, many of them we're hiring a lot of young data scientists which are not familiar with a secure environment, and they just like to get on their Python and their notebook and or their Jupyter, and they'll be like, hey, I'm gonna tap this out and then I'm gonna copy it over into a more secure environment. We're trying to figure out ways that we can create an environment where we do have what our previous guest was talking about, a proper environment where we can do transparency and security and overview and auditability. At the same time, make sure that those algorithms are not being tampered with. So lots of fun things that we're looking at.
That's quite a set. Amy, a couple of pressing challenges from where you sit.
No challenges.
None.
Nothing. Yeah. No, seriously, I really want to kind of piggyback on what Landon had brought up and Aaron when it came to cyber physical systems, what Dawn mentioned when it comes to cyber-informed engineering. Anything and everything, you have to consider that it can be connected to the network. And so I've argued with engineers who are like, this is not going to be designed to be connected. And I'm like, that does not matter what you design it for now. I mean, welcome 2025, quarter century in. I remember when all we cared about was Y2K and all the planes were going to crash out of the sky, right? And it's 2025 and all we care about is the planes are going to crash out of the sky, but for completely different reasons. So I really think that we have to start looking a lot harder at the cyber-informed engineering. And then I love the part that was brought up when it came to the people piece. And I want to highlight, I'm the government lead for the ATARC Zero Trust Working Group, and we're going into our Lab Phase 3 series. And for the first time, we're doing a people-focused lab. So when it comes to people, process, technology, we spent the first 2 lab series focused on technology because it's fun and it's easier. And so now for the first lab, we have focused on training and education when it comes to zero trust. And I really want to highlight, a lot of people say zero trust. What does that mean? And it's really data-centric security. We're moving away net-centric. We know the perimeters didn't work. We've all had this analogy 100 times. But it's the data that matters, and whether that be in operational technology, IoT, cyber physical systems, and you're looking at control data, something that does something in physical space, like release chemicals into the water supply, or turn off your electricity. Those things matter, and then of course it's that data that Gundeep kind of alluded to that can then become information and valuable. All of this data matters, and we have to protect it at the right level, and that is absolutely crucial. and I think it's essential too when it comes to challenges, is first of all, I love the media. I love you, John. But I think it's super important to realize there will be breaches. This is just a fact of life. And if somebody gets access to a form that I have in the public, I hope they fill it out. Good on you. You've hacked a form I want you to fill out. So we can't treat all breaches equal. We need to make sure that we are emphasizing when something actually matters and stop making a big deal of the small things, because those really important things are what we need to focus on now. So thank you.
Doc, you're one of our protectors at CISA, and there's just been a whole lot of challenges discussed. A couple of sort of big cyber challenges from your point of view.
Sure. This is a cheerful panel and a cheerful discussion today, which I think highlights the first unique challenge for government organizations is just the constant, relentless targeting. Everybody wants a piece of a government target, whether that is a federal agency for the advanced persistent threats out there that see a federal agency as an opportunity for surveillance or espionage, you know, looking at the work that they do in trade or economics or international relations, or the less funded and more vulnerable and more various state and local governments. Everybody wants a piece of the government targets. Everybody who wants to make a buck or make a point is going to be looking at those government targets. And there's a second piece that's related to that, which is I don't think that our adversaries see the state of Georgia and the Department of Commerce and the town of Richmond as distinct targets. They look at all of these systems as a block. Because through all of the work that we're talking about today and all of the work that our private sector partners in the audience are doing to help us make that data more interconnected, the user experience more seamless, the opportunity for it to be easier on the end customer, the citizen of the United States that's trying to interact with these government agencies, all of that interconnectedness also creates additional risk. And so that's really the second unique challenge for government here is if our adversaries are looking at us as constant targets every single day and actively looking at us as a unified block to exploit that interconnectedness, then the challenge for us in the government becomes how do we maintain that user experience? How do we make sure that this is easy? Well, not just easy, but this is, I mean, fundamentally possible for people to do the things that they need to do across a range of government services while maintaining the cyber-informed engineering and the focus on cyber defense.
I thought you were supposed to tell us how everything was going to be better. Ken, you're the last one. I'm not sure there are any things left, but if you can pick out a couple of pressing cyber challenges.
Yeah, I'd like to just put a plug in for the information sharing and unity of effort. I mean, our friends over at CISA have done landmark work with the update to the incident response plan, and you'll see those themes in there. But I think the challenges we still have, even internally to the federal government as well as with state and local, is information sharing of data and information on the threats, the response, the coordination. Brings to mind a program I worked on years ago. The 9/11 Commission had a lot of findings of the 9/11 attacks, but one of them was the need to improve information sharing. So I got a chance to work on the information sharing environment. One of the things we created was data standards as part of the nationwide suspicious activity reporting initiative, and we actually had cyber in there. And you know, we were very conscious of private sector concerns, you know, commercial and proprietary information getting out. You don't necessarily have to say this particular application that is currently on the market is necessarily where the vulnerability is, but you need to get the private sector, you need to get state and local governments working with the federal government. So we created this, the nationwide SAR initiative, you know, see something, say something that you see out there on the billboards and at the airports and such. And I think continuing that type of effort to get information sharing, to get data standardization is going to be key. So that's kind of a vulnerability and a threat, but I think we need to move in that direction to improve that.
Great. Ken, don't put your mic down quite yet. We're going to start question number 2 with you. So we have any number of cybersecurity frameworks to help through all of those problems. Ones that for me come to mind are for the federal government or from the Cyber EO in 2021 that set down a lot of markers. So those are in in use. I'm looking for a little bit of comment on how can those help? So what's the help side of that? But then in reality, I know that everyone's organization is adapting to threats and missions. And so acting even outside of those frameworks, beyond those frameworks to meet, whatever threats are. So Ken, the question is, a little comment about how kind of robust frameworks can help, but then how do you even go outside of those?
Yeah, that's a great question, John. I look at frameworks and, like such as the executive order is, those sort of like if you're going to build a house, you have a certain standard and look and feel of what a house is going to look like, bathrooms, rooms, et cetera. But you tailor it and customize it to the desire of the customer. And so I think the framework, the executive orders are powerful because they set what the overarching look is going to be and some of the principles and concepts, but a lot of it's the devils are in the details. And I think that, looking at some of the, if you're looking at the executive order that was passed, in 21 and now looking at where we're going to go in the future, I think things like, there's more and more emphasis in our department as well as in others on international cooperation, how we can engage. I think there was, some recent big conferences across the ocean as well as even over here in the Northern Hemisphere as far as trying to coordinate international engagements. Because it's really, as CISA's talked about in their, it's one team, one fight, it's unity of effort, getting those international partners going. So I think that's kind of a dimension that's being emphasized more and more. I mean, it's touched on, but it's getting emphasized more and more. I think, looking at even grant funding and that type of thing, getting more funding out there to help our state and local partners be able to engage with the federal ecosystem and try to work through and build that and bolster that. So I think those are some other areas. And of course, where things are going on, there's been a lot of talk now with the new incoming administration. I know the incoming National Security Advisor talked a lot about, looking at cost, increasing the costs. I mean, it's all about the dollars, right? And how you try to influence and move things in that direction, as well as also even looking at more offensive approaches to, we've been focusing on building the castles, building those walls, getting them nice and strong, but now considering the offensive side to ensure that we stop what's going on, stop those behaviors.
Right. Doc, a little comment on value of frameworks, and then also kind of stepping outside of them or actually, pushing them out to meet threats.
Yeah, so the executive order that you mentioned is a really good example of what I see as a framework done right. The executive order 14028 that came out at the beginning of this administration, being an executive order, did not have a lot of specifics, a lot of checklists. What it was a set of articulated priorities that put enough emphasis behind it that it could get everyone moving in the same direction and headed toward those same goals. And that has been critical for CISA and the work that we've done in partnership with the other agencies to say, okay, there's a priority in this executive order to secure our cloud environments. Well, we've made tremendous progress over the last 3 years in securing cloud environments. The agencies have made a lot of progress in moving to cloud environments and finding new ways to use them. And so we have had to work with them to figure out how we protect those. Just yesterday, CISA issued a binding operational directive that laid out very specific things that an organization can do to secure its cloud environment. And while that's binding on federal agencies, we really hope that that is something that everyone, even outside of the federal government, will pick up and use. Our automated tools and our checklist to say, these are the things that we see the adversaries doing to target cloud environments. And so these are the things that you all as cyber defenders can do to push back. Kind of the same thing in zero trust architecture. It's great to say that we're moving towards zero trust, and thanks for the work that you and others are doing, Amy. But CISA says if it's more than just every organization moving toward zero trust. How can we unify the community and do this together? And so we've launched an initiative and a community of practice and a series of trainings to try and bring that community together to share the best practices and to set common standards for how we are going to make that progress. We're still going to hit those goals in the executive order, but we're not going to bind ourselves to just the words in there. We're going to look for more and creative ways over time to get there ourselves, to bring others along with us, and to bring the collective power of the federal government to bear on those hardest challenges so that we're making that progress together.
Doc, I just want to say your cloud order yesterday ruined my news day. I had everything lined up, and then we had to reorder everything. Amy, a little thought about value of frameworks and moving beyond them.
Well, kind of building on what my colleagues have already talked about, I do want to make sure everybody aware that right now NIST has out special publication 1800-35 for public comment until January 31st. So if you're looking for some light holiday reading, it was a good time, right? But what I really think is important about the times when we have things out for public comment is this is when we get to interact as partners, right? So if you're looking for the value of a framework being implemented, this is that opportunity to make those comments and to participate in the process. And so that's, I think, the value of what we're doing is we recognize that cybersecurity is not the government, it is not the private sector, it is not academia, it is not just the United States, it is our international partners, and it is literally everyone working together. And one of the things I encourage at the holidays is, first of all, I say this a lot, you guys have heard it probably for 3 years now, but gift your family a micro-segmented router behind the primary router. Like, that is the first thing that you can do for your family. But honestly, take a look at Zero Trust at home, and that's where it needs to start, because we've all started at a point where we work from home on a regular basis. We have kids who go ahead on the internet and access who knows what, right? We have devices in our homes that beacon back. I can track my dog right now and see what he's doing and how many times he's gotten up, and the fact that the cats don't get up because they're lazy, right? So we can track all of these things and monitor them, and if you have a Ring camera or whatever. So look for Zero Trust at home and start going from there. It is honestly the best advice I can have on a framework. And it always goes back to the number one thing that matters, which is risk framework. You don't necessarily need to pull out, 853 and go through every single control unless, you have some free time over the holidays. But really think about what are those controls that matter to you, whether that be at work or whether that be in your private space.
I thought my Christmas shopping was done, but apparently it's not. Landon, especially bouncing off of a couple of the kind of international aspects that Amy was talking about, value of frameworks, and then maybe thoughts about how you move beyond them.
First, let me just mention on the microsegmentation of your home network, talking about risk matrix. We've created one for our office. We basically said, okay, if you're at home and you have a microphone or a camera, that's segmented in one area. If you have just sensors, put it in another. If you have IT, put it in another. So that's our matrix. I love that. For the value of frameworks in general, and this is just me being an experienced bureaucrat with the government, that frameworks are wonderful for budget conversations. And in the sense that we have to educate the budgeteers what the framework actually means and what we're actually doing to actually achieve the priorities of the framework, and then how they should be funding us. So I'll put that out there, that it is used for funding as well. On the international side, as it was mentioned, we do have a lot of partners. We do like to share with a lot of our international partners. We do share frameworks as well, and we have these meetings, and it was a couple weeks ago. We sat down with a couple of our partners and we said, look, this is a framework that we're using. What you guys are using? So it's a wonderful way to start a conversation on best practice. But then also, if we are going to share information, we need you to hit a certain level of controls or framework for us to open up our kimono. Is that what, are we allowed to say that anymore? I'm not allowed to, okay. Well, international, I was just talking with Japan the other day. So yes, we do use frameworks for conversations as well. It's a great starting point. I would say that For us at state, especially in the things that I work on, such as operating systems, we tend to push against the frameworks and try to add to them quite a bit. So they'll say, hey, I think the last one said you guys should really focus on OT and IoT, but they didn't really go and explain too much about it, which was great. It gave us an opportunity to write up what our definition is and then add it to the next version of the framework that will come out a little later.
Interesting. Darren, you're as a CISO, a pretty hardcore practitioner. I mean, frameworks matter, but they don't stop threats. Your view on putting frameworks in place, importance of that, but also on moving past the edges of them to take care of what you're seeing.
So frameworks are very valuable. Whether we're talking about executive orders, OMB memoranda, documents from NIST. Having done CISO work in the private sector and the public sector, having somewhere, so you can make your case, but being able to tie it to something that says, these things will happen if we don't do this is incredibly valuable, right? So being able to, and we derive our requirements then, therefore, from them, and then are able to attach to those frameworks, right? So, but like you said, frameworks and policies are just paper sitting on the desk. You got to actually do something with them. And it's very commonly understood that compliance does not equal cybersecurity, but kind of like how you were talking about with the finance folks, the compliance gives you that conversation area. In my previous life, in my previous CISO role, there was absolutely that, area where, like, do we want to continue doing business? Like, our customers will no longer use us if we aren't, meeting these requirements. Federal government's different, but still trust, being good stewards of everything that is put in our trust, creating trustworthy systems, understanding that, rightfully we do have oversight, and, we talk about things like, inspector general audits and things like that. Those things happen and they have repercussions for the organization. But then because compliance is not equal cybersecurity, it's then the job of the CISO to operationalize that and actually work, and Amy, I'm not sure, I'm going to guess that what you meant from kind of like cyber-informed engineering is actually working with, the engineers and the software developers to, the smattering of requirements that we put together based on all of the frameworks that we're working off of. Actually making sure that, we're shifting left, we're doing kind of the NIST document, NIST 800-160, actually cyber-informed engineering, and actually shifting everything left, making sure that, systems are being developed securely, software is being developed securely, and that ties back to what I said originally, is do you actually have the relationships with folks to where you can have those conversations? And, again, I think people are getting way more savvy, right? The conversations we had 15 years ago, on the engineering and software side is very different than today. People understand that just a firewall is not enough. I mean, I remember those conversations, 15 years ago where like, we have a firewall, why are we bothering with this, right? So we're using those requirements, pulling in things like, CIS benchmarks, DISA-STIGs, other areas where it's the actual technical areas, and we're doing the job of, creating the requirement traceability matrix so that we can actually say, when we do have someone that's hard to work with, well, the reason you have to do this is this. So it's that area where you're using the framework and the compliance to be secure, but then it's the responsibility of the people that are in cybersecurity and engineering to actually implement secure solutions.
Sean, it's been a while since we've spoken. A view from DoD frameworks in general and going beyond them.
Yes, Amy brought up 853, revision 5. This is all about how do you interconnect cyber and privacy better? I think revision 5 has done a wonderful job of that. How do you bring the privacy team into the cyber fold? How do you get them to participate in the throttling up, if you will, being part of pen testing, being part of incident response? This is a great framework that can help, I think, many agencies to bring their privacy team in who may not necessarily, see cyber as being a top priority. They're more interested in SORNs and privacy impact assessments. It's like, hey, the job's bigger than that. We have to follow, this framework, and I've had some success with it, and I think others should consider it as well.
Aaron, it's been even longer since we've spoken. Value of frameworks as you see them, or not as a government person, and then the value and the impetus of pushing beyond them where need be.
Yeah, so I'm really glad that I'm not the only one who has a semi-negative view on frameworks being where we draw the line and stop. Not a background thing, but so I've been a cyber warfare officer with the Delaware National Guard for 12 years, running cyber operations. And I run the largest DoD unclassed exercise in the world. It's 1,300 people, boots on ground. We focus on OT and critical infrastructure every single year. And when we do this, we interview with engineers from the different industries, right? So I can remember vividly having an hour-long conversation with the engineers from the train industry, and the North American CISO was so flustered they began to cry afterwards. Okay, just a conversation. Wow. Do you think they use RMF? Certainly. Do you think they've used every framework that's ever existed? Absolutely. Zero Trust is just CIS controls from 20 years ago. We've had a requirement for federal agencies to be microsegmented for 20 years. It's just hard to do, so no one does it. It makes things not work, right? And so, yes, frameworks are great. I think we have a framework 20 years ago. We had a framework 10 years ago. We have a new framework today. I don't think it's going to make a difference. It hasn't made a difference. I think what will make a difference is if we, instead of focusing like the new CSA has focused on a new focus on governance. I don't know if you noticed that, so the CSA 2.0 came out, focused on governance. I was really disappointed to see that we didn't focus on actually checking to make sure any of that stuff worked. And so the original comment about having a focus on offensive security, absolutely. Yeah, we can have all the frameworks we want. We can have this macro focus. We can write lots of paper about what should be done. But what we really need to do is shift some of that focus to hiring people and continue to educate them to have the capability to implement those controls that we have known that we've needed to do for 20 years, and then focus on testing it. And if we test it continually, when we find something that doesn't work, we fix it, and then we do it again. And that's gonna be how we really start to move the needle.
Thank you for that truth from the ground. That's good stuff. I'm going to move on to the next question, which is kind of what you're talking about. So when something does happen, when there is an incident, and there needs to be incident response, let's talk a little bit about the value of a really good, resilient incident response plan. I would just note that CISA this week put out for comment an update to its 2016 National Cyber Incident Response Plan, comments due January 15th. And that incorporates, I think, a little wider net of wrapping people in, and also maybe some threat changing. I will offer this question as kind of a jump ball to the panel, but Doc, if you don't jump hard for that ball, I'm going to be surprised. So just
I'm ready.
So just like a couple of thoughts, based on CISA's view of the importance of really honing an incident response plan.
Yeah, thanks for the question, and thanks for the plug. I was going to make the same one. As we already heard on this panel, the public comment period is your opportunity to influence the plan. So please do go to CISA.gov and provide your comments to our National Cyber Incident Response Plan. The speaker right before this panel talked about resilience as an assumption that the incident is going to happen. And we've really embraced that in the plan that we've put out, and building that into our understanding of resilience. Resilience is not crossing your fingers and hoping you avoid it, or hoping that you don't notice when it happens. Resilience is assuming that it's going to happen, planning for it to happen, and thinking about what happens immediately afterward, all the way through to full recovery and restoration of operations. And that's the approach that we've taken in our incident response plan. The right blend of consistency, designating who those key stakeholders are, what their roles and responsibilities are going to be, and what steps we're going to take together in coordination as a team, but not overprescribing how we're going to do that. Because the second element of the resilience is also flexibility. Knowing that no two incidents are ever going to be the same, we can learn a lot about all of the incidents that we've responded to since the 2016 version came out, the ways that we have grown as a cybersecurity community. And one of the things that we've learned is overprescribing an exact step-by-step process is not the key to resiliency. So we've got to maintain enough consistency and enough flexibility to be able to move forward. and drawing on the individual skills and capabilities of the different groups that need to be involved in incident response. Had a lot of focus in the federal government on the role of federal agencies, but one of the key changes in our updated INSERP is how we are bringing in those non-federal, non-governmental stakeholders to be a part of the solution as well.
Right. For anyone else on the panel, you don't have to tell any real-life stories of how you've dealt with incident response in the past, although I think you'd have a lot of ears open for that. Thoughts on having a really good plan, and as Doc was saying, not having it be something that's 10 steps prescribed for every organization because it just won't fit. So that idea of having a plan ready to go and the importance of that, that's an open question.
So I guess you could say the opportunity. I mean, it's never an opportunity in the moment, but having had the opportunity to be responsible for responding to some pretty big incidents, both private sector and public sector, having an incident response plan, essentially is your playbook, so that you're not, so oftentimes in planning we talk about run around, scream and shout. Without the incident response plan, that's essentially what the organization does. And the reality is also in those times and in those events, there's always going to be some amount of that. So no matter how hard you plan, it's another important part of the IRP, right, is no matter how hard you plan, there's always going to be unknowns that happen during the event. However, if you don't plan, then you're going to reap the benefit of that planning, which is, you're going to run around, scream and shout, and folks aren't going to know what to do. So, in having our incident response plans in both aspects of my careers, we were able to understand exactly, number one, who's responsible, who takes lead, things like that. It's incredibly important, especially, during those kind of events. And then, part of that is also training, and there's different kinds of training, so, having the training with the executives so that they understand, when these events occur, this is what to expect. And then also, like it's been talked about, is expect events. Right, so as part of the incident response planning is also training, especially those people. Expect events. These things are going to happen. A lot of what we're doing is sometimes classified as insurance, but sometimes you have to, call in on the insurance. And in this case, the insurance is the recovery component of the cybersecurity program. And talking about all of those activities, part of that also is all the other planning activities, not just the paper document. Do you have the ability? Do you have a recovery team? Do you have planning? Do you have an internal recovery team? Are you planning on contracting that out? Do you have those capabilities? Can you call them at a minute's notice? Just things like that, building that into your incident response plan. So, would we have made it? I'm sure we would have made it, but having gone through the process and having had the information available so that we could take action was invaluable. And in being in different organizations, they were different incident response plans. They had different steps. There was no prescription. They weren't similar in many ways.
Go, Amy.
So one thing I really want to highlight is the need for us to recognize that we're all in this together. And when I highlight this, there has been a lot of testimony recently on everything that's going on with Salt Typhoon and the telecoms, right? And what happens, the government uses those telecoms, right? And so it's been a super interesting experience. I personally dealt with Colonial Pipeline response, and it really just highlights we are all in this together, whether you're on the government side, whether you are on the industry side, it does not matter where you're at. And the adversaries want to change our way of life. The bottom line is us being able to meet in a facility like this. This is really a luxury that not everybody can appreciate, that we're in here and able to do this. And so I just want to highlight, it's not just the incident of like, oh, it's a cybersecurity incident, we deal with this every single day, but it is the broader things that we need to be looking at, and that we all really need to be coming together. Because when you look at the fact of all of our major telecoms right now being compromised at the same time, and what this means to our national security, whether you are in the government or whether you are in the private sector, and the fact that we are now using encrypted apps for everything, this is a very scary and unprecedented time. We are so dependent on these technologies, and we all need to be working together. And we can't point and blame each other. We need to work together, because whether this is a private sector incident or a public sector incident, it's an incident, and we need to work through this as a family.
Aaron, I see you're poised.
Very observant, thank you. Yeah, having responded to, there's kind of two components of this. I really like the idea of when you do respond, especially even with federal agencies, state agencies that have a really large impact, there's a lot of stakeholders that want to make decisions and need to be informed when you start making rapid changes to the environment to contain that scope of that incident. And so having someone who's identified who's in charge, absolutely, and I think everyone needs to agree on that originally. But the main point I wanted to bring up is the very, very difficult part is right when that incident happens, is you have people deploying, trying to get all the kinds of information about what's actually happening, and then translating that into decisions that need to be made by leadership. And that translation component is really difficult because you're going to hear all kinds of things from the ground. Some of them are going to be right and some are going to be wrong. And then you're going to have to say, okay, well, like, who here knows what I need to roll the KRB TGT ticket twice means? I don't know. I do, right? But like, when you translate that, it means it's probably going to break about 20% of your legacy environment, right? But it is the number one thing you need to do immediately to stop the spread of that attack, because otherwise the attacker can get back in whenever they want. If you don't do it, then after you recover, they're going to just get back in, right? So I've seen counties that have been compromised, and they've had insurance companies come in, and they've had really high-name consultant groups tell them what the root cause of something was. They were wrong. And so after they recovered, they were recompromised and hit again.
Right.
Water system's down, everything's down, right? And so having a predetermined group that is going to make those decisions and do that translation and then running them through exercises of doing it is really important.
Landon, give us a quick ender on that, and then we're going to peer into the future.
Thank you. I would just say, understand who to invite to the party. All right, that's when the incident happens, we tend to forget the other people that should be at the party. We think about, hey, how do we stop this? But the level of risk of what we're protecting might mean that we need the business owners at the table as well. We tend to forget that. We also forget that the Hill will immediately want to know, and the White House will want to know, and we need to have someone that can articulate what the heck's going on. So you need to make sure when you're putting your plan together that you're like, okay, make sure we have a communications person. We actually understand what the line of communications will be. We need to understand the risk of what has been exposed. Many times for the State Department, when we've had these instances, we were able to catch because we understood what the risk of the information that was being potentially released out in the wild, we were able to avert other things. We were able to tell negotiating teams, hey, your negotiating red lines may be out there. You might want to change that. Teams that are traveling somewhere and their pathway to where they're trying to get is classified. Maybe it's out in the open now. We need to be able to tell them, hey, you might want to change your route, right? Those are the type of things that we forget, that the business owners who actually created this data, and it's extremely important to them, has been compromised. We tend to forget to let them know. Additionally, in many cases, when we're looking at these instances, we're looking at it from also a criminal investigation. And so there needs to be a policy internally to let us know when can we tell people who are going to be affected that they're being affected and not interrupt the criminal investigation. Because many times we will say, hey, we can't tell the person who's being affected because there's an investigation going on right now. So internally to your organization, you need to have an understanding of what that policy looks like ahead of time. So all part of this.
And that's the real world. That was really cool. Okay, so where's the time gone? We have 6 minutes left. We're all going to put on our futurist hats. As everyone knows, it's going to be 2025. There's a new administration coming to D.C. There are new security sheriffs coming to town, although I don't think we know exactly who they are down at the more practical level. But things are going to change. So my question to all of you, just one best guess. What's the outlook on cybersecurity policy, cybersecurity practices? What's the top of the government going to be instructing? I don't think cyber is going to go away. I presume zero trust is not going to go away. But that's just my presumption. So a little look into the future, maybe 1 point as to look for this thing to change. Let's go down the line.
Okay, so on Defend, I run the program that's the Independent Security Investigation in TikTok. So part of what we're looking at is how the change in administration is going to affect that. And the vibe so far has been that the focus is going to be slightly diverted, right? And I think that is an indicator for me that lets me know that the focus is going to be slightly diverted across the board. I don't know that some of the priorities that have been set are continue to be the top priority.
Okay. Actually, great one, extremely topical. Sean.
So I can give an educated guess,
Okay.
but maybe not necessarily DoD where I currently work, but I'm envisioning public-private partnerships being perhaps a hot topic.
Super. Darren.
So I think that, you know, just from what I've seen, efficiency is going to be a big focus, and this is going to give me an opportunity to plug my working group here at ATARC. We're doing the ATO and CATO working group. So a lot of folks have lamented over, you know, again, kind of go back to the compliance thing I was talking about. Too much compliance, not enough security. So the reality is, for everyone in the room, we need you. So we need people to join the working group, be willing to work on activities. We're focused on things like what we talked about, security-informed engineering, shifting left, doing a lot of that. Number one, making sure things are secure, but also doing a lot of the ATO work up front. Blockers and successes. So, you know, all of the issues that cause ATOs not to work, you know, actually going into organizations and figuring out, you know, what can we recommend people do differently as CISOs, CIOs, whoever, to make these things happen just a little bit better. Always technology, so how can we, you know, improve from a technology perspective on the CATO side as well as the ATO side to make them just faster. And our focus, and also across that, we're also looking from a size and maturity perspective. So coming in and saying, like, a lot of times you come in and, you know, do this great thing. Well, a lot of the government is small agencies. So we're also focused on essentially the small business side of the government, all the small agencies. How do we do all these great things for organizations that have fewer resources? So please, you know, the ATARC website, join the working group, and come help us solve this problem.
Take that to heart. Landon, one idea about 2025, maybe possibly cyber policy changes.
I would say that one of the primary goals that I've heard so far for the incoming is, you know, efficiency, resource efficiencies. And so for me, that would mean a lot of the systems that we have that are duplicate within an agency, there might be a request to consolidate, right? Or give up on something that somebody has been, a pet project someone's been doing, but can probably be done with the larger enterprise solution, which basically means on the cyber side, we're going to need to figure out how to consolidate and bring in other people's infrastructure into a larger umbrella. And so that's going to require a little bit more, you know, head scratching and evaluation of previous ATOs that need to now be incorporated into a larger system.
That's a good one. Amy, one thought about change.
Well, I'm not sure if it's necessarily change, but I think it's awareness, which is, I think, the incredibly important aspects of critical infrastructure protection, cybersecurity, the integration of IT, IIoT, OT, et cetera, right? The cyber physical systems, the integration of our physical world and our digital world continue to become more integrated, and we absolutely have to continue to protect that. I definitely see this administration coming in and focusing on these areas.
Okay. Doc, one possible area of policy change.
Sure. Well, we are seeing a lot of business leadership coming in with this administration, with the leaders that we do know about. And so that's an opportunity for stronger and deeper voluntary partnerships between government and industry. Those organizations that are building the software and the hardware that we use in the government to work together to build in security into that first line of code, into that first hardware component, and recognizing that the cybersecurity goals that we're working toward here are not adversarial, they're a partnership, and making sure that those partnerships are stronger and lasting.
Ken, take us home on this one possible change coming.
Well, I believe in the follow on what Doc's talking about. You know, when we talk about unity of effort, I think there's going to be a greater emphasis with the federal government working with our state and local governments. Look at what's going on, what's dominating the news right now, what's causing concern for a lot of even citizens. It's the drones, you know, and what's going on and what's going on there. And there was a former House Speaker years ago that said all politics is local. I mean, it is. We have got to have a close tie-in with the state and local side. And I think also if you look at many of the cabinet nominees, we have governors that are cabinet nominees. And I think that there's going to be a greater emphasis for that connection.
That question round was worth the price of admission. I mean, I learned a ton. I know I promised Q&A, but Santa Claus Tom Suter over there is the guy that gets to either grant it or not. So up to you.
I sound like the Grinch. Maybe one or two. Okay, got a question over here. I'm not handing over the mic. I learned something from Jason. Name and affiliate, name and your company.
So my name's Tony Elar, and I'm with Ping Identity. I guess my question is also thanks for all of the insight here. My question is, obviously we've heard about, you know, Google's, you know, quantum computational, I guess, capacities, like, you know, using the quantum versus, you know, speed of light, things like that. I guess, where do you see the federal government and I guess the proper whole United States in 5 years with regards to the capacities that we'll eventually get to? Like, you bring up awareness and unity, two like extremely, you know, resonant topics, especially now, today, in the quantum, I guess. But yeah, also I'm not, you know, a theoretical quantum physicist, so I don't really know much about this. I think it's really interesting, and I think we're gonna go, you know, to some amazing places, and I think a lot of people in this room are gonna be part of that. But yeah, that's my question.
So maybe quantum today versus quantum 5 years out, that's a jump ball for anyone who wants to handle it.
I'm going to answer it with a history lesson instead. So when we founded the National Capitol, the Capitol building and the White House are 2 miles apart. So when you decided that you needed to take a record from the White House to the Capitol, it would take you approximately 15 minutes on a fast horse. Now you can take 30,000 records and transfer them instantly with a button, right? Now you took the same 30,000 records, each was 1 page, that would be 300 pounds. To take that 300 pounds of records at 2 miles, give it an hour-ish. So that means that an adversary would have to know exactly when you're gonna transport those records, come from China, which by the way, we didn't have canals yet. So they would have to go land over Asia, over to Europe on a boat and know exactly which horse and, you know, buggy or donkey cart or whatever was taking those records. So the bottom line is if you look at the past 150 years from when we went to agrarian society to where we are now, we could not predict this. Now we're gonna do that in 5 years.
I guess a lot of it has to do with organization. You know, obviously we're talking about quantum mechanics, you know, organization versus disorganization. Sorry, ooh, wow, check. So I guess my sub-question is, you know, with your specific agencies, who do you think's going to be, you know, leading the charge in terms of this, you know, computational quantum technology? Who is gonna be, is DOGE gonna, you know, create a new CISA that deals with, you know, quantum mechanics, or how's that going to work?
Also a great question, and also a jump ball that will probably close our panel out.
So also currently Department of Energy, if you haven't seen Oppenheimer, please do so because it gives you the foundation of how the agency started. But I think Dawn really hit it great this morning when she called it the Department of Everything. And when you look at where we are in leading at our national laboratories and quantum, there's a lot of different articles about it. And what I think that you're gonna see is continued investment into those areas. And I think one thing that this previous administration has done very well is recognizing the importance of post-quantum encryption. I really wish Conrad was here to talk about this. He will talk to you, Conrad Bevel, for days about this topic, because the bottom line is we have to be prepared in this area, because just as we are advancing, our adversaries are advancing at pretty close to the same level, and it's definitely like the moonshot race right now.
Aaron, do you have a last word for us?
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point with the new technology, and then there'll be another new technology after that, and now we're all dealing with AI, right? One thing is to make sure we don't divert too much focus from the stuff we're already struggling with to focus on a future problem that doesn't exist yet. And part of that is right now we have the opportunity to try to not get behind on how we educate ourselves in our teams and our agencies and elevate our skills and build a skills pipeline for how we do deal with those technologies in the future, right? Cybersecurity, we're playing a catch-up game all the time, right? Stuff's changing, we're having issues with it, we're trying to figure out how to educate our people, we're like dealing with that pipeline problem. Right now, we can go ahead and build that pipeline to be ready to deal with emerging technologies before they get here.
So would you say that like resilience, someone mentioned resilience earlier, see who did it, but the idea of resilience, would you say that that aligns closely to, I guess, what you just mentioned?
Education is going to elevate all of us across the board. And I think it's a key knowledge is a key foundation to resiliency. And being able to share that knowledge is a core tendency of a lot of what we've talked about today as well.
Folks, that's fantastic. Tom is definitely coming to give us the hook. Can we have a little hand for the panelists?
John, thank you. Always love when you moderate panels. You really dive into these issues. This was the fastest morning in ATARC history. It seems like, boy, it's already noon. A couple of things. We've got like 13 government speakers this afternoon. We're going to wrap up at 3. So it's going to have a keynote and a couple of panels, and we'll get you out the door. You got plenty of time to beat traffic and do Christmas shopping. If you were still too late, you can buy another router. You know, what did Amy talk about, that one router? We'll be lined up there. But anyway, we've never run out of lunch yet, so you don't have to dive into it right now. So enjoy lunch. We're going to get back in about an hour. All right, we're going to get going. Did we get enough carbs at lunch? I think we had a carb-heavy. Somebody was complaining, but they had a big heap of food, so I don't think they were complaining too loudly. I think I ate about. I heard that the cupcakes were carb-free. Did you try any of those cupcakes? Just an unconfirmed rumor. Fat-free, carb-free, sugar-free. Yes. 100% fiber. Yes, it is. I already know what my New Year's resolution is. We're going to start off with. It seems like the theme of the day, we're getting some folks that are new to their agencies, which is always exciting. But I just met Peter Sima Eichler. He's the Assistant Inspector General for Analytics and Innovation at the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And you have to tell him the story about your son, since you came over from Interior. But I think he's okay now, right? Yeah. Yes. Okay. You're welcome to go back behind the podium or whatever you want to do.
Hey, so thank you. So that story real quick. I was at Department of the Interior for a long time, and my son loved that I was at the Department of the Interior because whenever he would see the national parks, he would know that that was in my portfolio and thus in his portfolio as well. And so he was devastated when he found out that I was taking a new position over at Department of Agriculture. But since then, he's found out that we have the national forests, so he's all in now. So we're good. All right. So anyway, I'll dive into the keynote. Thank you all for having me here today. When I started my career in analytics about 20 years ago, I received an email with a spreadsheet and the ask, can you do some data analytics on this? I set up a meeting and asked a million questions. Is there a data dictionary? Can you give me some background about the sources? Is there a research question you're trying to answer? It looks like fields X and Y are related. Is that expected or unexpected? And on and on and on. This was immediately the biggest thing on my plate, and I could not wait to dive in. And as a result, I was a little bit too enthusiastic. I couldn't stop cheerily bombarding the requester with question after question after question. And I still get like this when my kids try to share something with me about a school success, a new friend, a book, you name it. They hate it. They hate it. And it didn't serve me well at the office either. I managed to quickly scare off the person who was hoping that I could help them with their data. It was my fault, and it was disappointing, but it's something that I've come back to throughout my career. As IT and data professionals, our success depends in large part on how well we collaborate with others. Pairing IT and data know-how with subject matter expertise and the business need can transform an entire organization. The question is, how can we be more effective partners? Today, I can't tell you about the appropriately calibrated amount of enthusiasm. That's something that I still haven't figured out. And I'm also not here to talk about the correct cadence of your sprints. But I do want to share a few key principles that I think have helped make me a better partner. First, spend all of your energy on trying to make things better and none of it on looking for people to blame. Second, don't be afraid to lead. Just make sure to bring your organization and your partners along with you. And finally, prioritize empowering your partners. When it comes to spending your energy on trying to make things better, I always think about my old boss, Inspector General of the Department of the Interior, Mark Greenblatt. He had a great metaphor for explaining the type of people that he wanted us to be at work. You know those little ketchup packets at fast food restaurants? They're great at holding ketchup, and they're also great at putting just the right amount of ketchup on your picky child's food. But that tightly pressurized packaging comes at a cost. Have you ever stepped on one? Yeah, it explodes all over your shoe and explodes all over the floor. You can get it all the way to the wall, right? Something so tiny shouldn't be able to make such a big mess. Anyway, IG Greenblatt told us that if we saw a ketchup packet on the floor, he wanted us to be the type of people that pick it up. Don't leave it for someone else to fix. Don't ignore it because, well, you didn't put it there. Don't think not my job and move on. No, if you see the ketchup packet, pick it up. We come across ketchup packets all the time at our workplace. I often run into them on data partnerships with other components within my organization. At one point, my team needed to use data from another group's system to support a project. As we dove in, there were some peculiarities in the data that suggested that more review would be necessary. We could have left the ketchup packet on the ground and said, this is the information that came from their system, so if there's anything wrong with it, it's not my problem, it's their problem. But instead, we picked up the ketchup packet and helped the other group work through and resolve their data quality questions. I saw another great example of this in just the last few weeks. My team was working to get a report out under a tight time frame, and we ran into a snag while making a redacted portion of the document 508 compliant. It was late in the day, and it was on my team to get this resolved. But our colleague in our Office of Counsel, who had helped work on the redaction, volunteered to roll up his sleeves and figure out the problem so that we could get it across the finish line. It would have been very easy for him to say, I did my part, or later, if the report had not met the deadline, I'm not the reason this was late. I provided exactly what it says in my directives. Or, well, they should have gotten it to me sooner. I'll be honest, every single one of those things is true. 100% true. But instead, he picked up the ketchup packet, and our entire organization, not just my unit, met its goal. Help your partners pick up their ketchup packets, and they'll help you pick up yours. We as IT and data professionals get to see a lot more ketchup packets than the average person. Unclear requirements fit this bill. Our partners may have some sense of what they need, but they're not quite sure about the specifics. Can you do some data analytics on it? Can you get this in the cloud? Can you make sure our data is secure? Can you dashboard it? Can you run it through AI, as I know our next panel is going to be talking about? And it's tempting when we get these types of requests to do one of two things. First, put it all on our partner. Make them think through every single requirement and all of the detail and transform ourselves from human beings into simply a process that implements exactly what they've told us on this piece of paper. Or two, take the ball, vanish into our fortress of IT solitude, and hand back the solution that we built regardless of whether or not it's quite what our partners need. Both of these strategies are good at protecting us. If we don't start working on anything until our partner defines absolutely every requirement, that saves us time out of the gate. And if things go wrong down the road, we can likely point to a requirement that could have been better defined. Alternatively, if we take the ball and deliver what we want, we've got control over the project and can define and limit the scope in a way that works for us, but that might not actually be what our partner needs. So of course, neither of these strategies are quite right for actually delivering value for your agencies. So that's why we can't be afraid to lead. We just need to make sure that we bring our partners with us. We live in an era of specialization. None of us can specialize in the hundreds of programs our agencies deliver. None of us can even specialize in all of the nuances within our own disciplines. Networking, cybersecurity, database administration, software development, statistics, generative AI, data science, each warrants years of learning and dozens of paths of branching expertise. Thus, the only way to make an impact is to work together. We can't expect our partners to deliver perfect requirements or see around every corner. And we can't expect to deliver valuable innovations for our agencies without being right there with them in the trenches of the mission. So if you see something wrong with the requirements, be proactive, make suggestions and offer solutions. Engage with your partner and ask them what they need and help them write down their requirements. They don't know what we can do. They don't even know what they can ask for. They just know that they need help. So do everything you can to help them figure out a workable solution that best meets their needs. 5 years ago, I stood up a new data shop at the Department of the Interior Office of Inspector General. I spent time up front learning about the specific problems and challenges faced by the components across our organization. As you know, in some circles, innovation can be a scary word about how some other group is going to come in and tell you how to do your job. Instead, I try to lead change that will directly address organizational challenges. If something isn't working well, that's a great place to dive in and demonstrate value. So after numerous discussions with staff from all levels of the organization, we realized that we had a challenge accessing the data that we needed to do our jobs. Early on, half of our analytics requests were really just requests to pull data that was difficult to access and work with. Our executives needed human capital data at their fingertips for workforce planning. Our auditors and investigators needed hands-on access to financial data, contracts, grants, cards that spanned a dozen or so databases. All of these people had the right to access this information. It was just incredibly onerous, not fun, not intuitive, and not worth their time, even though it would be critically important for their work. We knew that it would be a lift to deliver with limited staff, and we also knew that our partners would be unable to articulate their specific requirements. They just knew that they needed a way to access their data better. We could have just offered them an SOP that explained the right way to pull each report from each source and left it at that. And of course, we would have fulfilled our requirements, but no one would have used it, and we still would have the exact same challenge. So instead, we sat with each customer and saw how they used the extracts we sent them. We talked through their use cases, built out user stories, and designed tools to meet their needs. And we didn't stop at the bare minimum. We brought our expertise to bear and offered ways to go beyond what they'd envisioned. We didn't just go off and build something and hand them something they didn't want. Instead, we brought them along with us. We showed them what was possible, integrated the data that they needed, and delivered products that fundamentally changed the way they did business. 1 year after launching our suite of data tools, our office of 300 people had over 10,000 unique uses. The year after, we cracked 40,000 unique uses, and 75% of the people in our organization used at least one tool. We rewired our entire office with data, driving decision-making, leading to successful proactive investigations, speeding up our work products, and giving our leaders the information they needed to make informed management decisions. We built products with our partners, not for our partners. We didn't leave it to them to figure out everything before we could act. We didn't focus on having plausible deniability if things didn't pan out. We expected success, picked up every catch-up packet we found along the way, and reshaped our organization. Of course, it won't always work out. Even if you have a great idea, and even if you do the work to bring your organization along with you, it might not work out. And when it doesn't work out, as many of you in this room know, it's tempting to learn a very bad lesson. Keep your head down. Don't stick your neck out. Don't speak up and try to change things. Don't try to make an impact. It's always easier to keep doing things the same way than it is to take the risk of laying out a vision for how things could be different and doing everything you can to make it happen. In the IT and data space, things go wrong all the time. Data breaches happen, hardware fails, bad actors penetrate networks, models don't produce the results you expect, and on and on. Just speaking from personal experience, I've had crucial proactive analytics not pan out. I've had products hit roadblocks for every reason under the sun. But consistently working to make things better, taking accountability, and not looking for others to blame goes a long way. If you don't create a culture of blame in your regular business and you constantly work to help others pick up their catch-up packets, you might find they'll be there to help you with yours when you need it. So along with that, I just want to talk about one more strategy for being a good partner, for making innovation stick, and for insulating your organization when things go wrong. Empower your partners, because an empowered partner can make everything else possible. In IT and data, there are an unlimited number of possibilities for the work that we could take on to move our organizations forward. But given resource constraints, we can't do everything. Thinking about the best way to communicate your vision, the key initiatives that you want to take on, is essential no matter your role. CIOs, CTOs, and CDOs, of course, are used to putting plans in front of senior leadership and making recommendations. But no matter where you sit, you should put your ideas on the table early and often. If you're engaged in just one project with one project team, think about the best forum to share your ideas and options and get continuous feedback. Give them regular opportunities to change course. And when you want to take risks and when you want to push the envelope, you want those to be joint decisions. Don't surprise people with your path after you're partway down the road. Plot the course, show them your map, and make adjustments when necessary. In terms of keeping partners informed, all of the normal agile project management pieces apply. Get product in front of your partners, get feedback, and iterate. But I also think about empowering my partners by creating spaces where collaboration and information sharing can happen informally. One thing that worked well for me at Interior was hosting a monthly meeting for anyone in the organization who was interested in learning about or being involved with data. The bar was low. If you wanted to attend, you could just show up. You didn't have to come every month. You didn't have to submit proposals for an agenda. You didn't even have to send an email. You could just show up. As a result, we had virtually every component represented. In advance of the meeting, we'd provide status updates that were visible to everyone in the organization, and at the meeting, our team members would demo and discuss the recent projects to get feedback from the group. We didn't let our attendees off the hook either. Every attendee was encouraged to share their work, and this casual, open discussion prompted ideas for how any given data source, analytic method, or application could support ongoing assignments. It also helped us find good ways to help folks dip their toes in the data lake. If someone mentions an aggravating part of an assignment and we had data or an application that could help, they would always give it a shot. So I'm not saying that you need to have a monthly meeting, but if you only interact with your partners on scoped engagements, you're going to miss opportunities to learn about their broader needs and the organization's broader needs. Your vision and impact, the way you orient your analytics or IT strategy, depends on having empowered partners that know what you can do. So get what you can do in front of them in other venues. Educate them about the possibilities. Share the work that you have in flight that's outside of their lane. This makes your partners smarter, and it's going to give them the ability to engage you on a much wider range of topics. One last way to empower your partners. Teach them what they need to know about your field. So in the analytics space, this does not mean that I need my partners to write Python scripts, but I do like to upskill my partners so that they can effectively use the data they need. We conducted a data literacy assessment and targeted trainings that met the needs of our partners. In particular, we developed a curriculum tailored around the types of projects and use cases in flight at our organization. We paired this with informal training. Instead of sending people a link to a tool, we tried to grab time with our users to show them how to use the tool. The more that people actually put hands on the data and the tools that will help them analyze it, the more comfortable they'll be. It's one of the best ways to build data literacy from the ground up. And I know, there's simply no time for that. And I get it. I'm swamped, we're swamped, you're swamped, everybody is swamped. But teaching your partners what they need to know will save you tremendous amounts of time in the long run. Pay for it up front and save future you from getting even more overloaded. Because well-informed partners who understand your business will be able to make good choices off the menus that you provide. They'll be able to engage and ask smart questions about your proposals and recommendations. They'll be able to fully participate in organizational decision-making instead of putting it all on you, and if it doesn't work out, saying it's all your fault. Empowered partners are the ones that will help you pick up those catch-up packets. I still have a lot to learn when it comes to partnerships between data and IT and the rest of the organization. I still get way too enthusiastic, in case you hadn't noticed today, and I still ask way too many questions. But I hope that some of my past missteps and lessons learned have been helpful. Don't waste time on blame. Don't be afraid to lead, and do everything you can to empower your partners. Innovation is rarely easy, but it's a lot more fun when we're able to move things forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Just one quick question.
Sure.
You've talked about working in your organization, but like for fraud, and
Yeah.
I know you're in the OIG sector, and you have the SNAP program, but there's a lot of programs. How do you coordinate techniques around the federal government?
That's a great question. So within the Inspector General community, there's a broad network of all 74 of us. So we have a regular working group where we all get together and brainstorm on exactly this. We talk about data sharing collaborations, and we had a lot of successful partnerships, particularly during the pandemic. So that's been a lot of fun. But you're right, it's a huge pie, and we're always trying to think about the right solution and working with each other to learn from their right solutions.
I definitely think we have an opportunity. We were talking to the White House about this, and I saw some of your connections who you were talking to. But I think with this new administration, nobody's for fraud. So hopefully we can work on that together in the next 4 years.
I would hope that no one is for fraud, and absolutely, we'd love to.
Nobody in this room. How about that? There's a lot of people for fraud. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a happy holidays. Next, we have Chris Teal, who's going to take us into our first afternoon panel. He's managing editor of Route 50. Come on up, Chris, and get your panel up here.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Oh, far too tall for this podium. I'm going to be just hunched over the whole time. Thank you first to ATARC for having me and for having us. We're all part of the same GovExec family, so I suppose my being here is some sort of corporate synergy, perhaps. I don't know.
We're second cousins, I think.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Oh. So yeah, my panelists can, yeah, thank you so much. Any way you like.
All right.
While my panelists get themselves set, I do want to tell a brief story about last week. We hosted an event in DC, and it was going great until right at the end when the fire alarm went off and we all had to evacuate the building. It turns out that someone at another event had knocked or thrown a lit candle into a trash can, and that's why we all had to leave. So if I have one takeaway for all of you, it's be careful with your candles and your trash cans at this time of year. Otherwise, it's going to be a nightmare. We've got enough panelists here to have a basketball team and some subs, maybe a seven-a-side soccer team. It's going to be fun. All right, let's get to it. So we're going to talk about AI, how it can be used in agencies, both federal and in the kind of local agencies. We've got Santi from the city of Boston here, who's going to discuss some real local stuff that he does, and we're hopefully going to solve it with these 7 experts in about 45 minutes. So let's get to it. First question for you. We're going to work down the line starting from yourself. If you can just first introduce yourself, tell us who you are, what you do, and then I also would love to know how can AI, automation, machine learning be leveraged to streamline government processes, enhance citizen services, and do so across the federal, state, and local levels. Take it away.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Hauk. I'm at the National Science Foundation, where I'm the Deputy Chief Data Officer and also the responsible AI official. Relatively new, continuing that theme, to NSF. Just been there a few months, came over from DoD. I think when we talk about automation and AI, we might separate those two as two different topics. Both have relevance in digital transformation. But when we think of automation, it's basically a huge opportunity to take existing processes and automate them. Think about AI, there are some transformative aspects to that which compel us to think about how we can have different processes than the ones that we currently have. Thank you.
So I'm Adam Clader. I'm a chief architect at Red Hat. So first of all, thanks for having me here. Glad to be here. I'm our chief architect for civilian agencies, so I work with a lot of folks in the room. Glad to be here and excited for the conversation.
Thank you. Hey, I'm Santi Garces. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the City of Boston.
and I also hold some fellowships at Northeastern and at Harvard University. I think there's one premise of the question that is interesting, which is not everything that we currently do should be automated because we don't particularly do it well. But I'll give an example of one application that has been supported with funding by USDOT for us to explore at the city. If you've been to Boston, you realize that there's a lot of very confusing signs for parking. So often they contradict each other. Some apply in different times of the year, different times of the day. And it is really difficult for us to create a digital representation of what the parking restrictions are and whether they match what we have on the books. So we are using generative AI, and we're also going to do some more traditional computer vision to try to figure out if we can recreate the regulations and be able to map them digitally to be able to understand what is it that's happening and hopefully be able to provide both a better experience for our constituents and do a better job of policy planning and understanding how is it that we're allocating access to the right of way.
Hello, testing. Okay. Hi, I'm Alan Kokorian from the Department of State. I actually am a technical special advisor for one of our offices. And but right now, I'm, believe it or not, here to represent the small and micro agency CISO community. I chair the community. I've been doing it for 10 years. If you look at AI, it's fascinating because it's introduces a lot of risk, and for the small and micros, it's even more challenging because of the risks that it brings to them and how they're going to be able to deal with it. But it's also a huge advantage because they can automate a lot of processes around compliance, around automation, tons of different things. So anyway, I'm here and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Sid Sinha, the Chief Technology Officer at Social Security. Very happy to be here. There's a lot of opportunity, a lot of excitement. Of course, the risks are there. We've got to be very careful about those. But I think it's almost like never been different. It's always IT, tech. How can it make your mission better, faster, cheaper? But at the same time, this is probably a generational opportunity, I believe, in what it can do. You know, I'm sure we'll talk more use cases and specifics and ideas, et cetera. But really, no matter what kind of business you are in, there is just look across what is it that you do with information, with data, with people, with objects, with pictures. I mean, there's just amazing opportunity out there. So we're excited, and we'll proceed on this thoughtfully, but excited to have a good conversation here. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Melvin Brown, Deputy CIO with the Office of Personnel Management, where we service 8 million federal retirees and employees, the largest employer in the United States, where I serve as the Deputy CIO, and I sort of oversee, you know, our 700 people workforce, at least in the IT shop. And as it relates to AI, we're starting to look at how do we envision our products and services on our roadmap with AI in mind. And so as we're starting to look at reimagining that, we're excited about some of the potentials, and we'll talk a little bit more later on about the use cases. But what we're doing now, the major one that we've got going on, if anybody's seen the news, GSA just awarded us an $18.8 million TMF proposal to do our COBOL code modernization conversion. And so that's the work that we're going to be focusing in on for the next couple of years. And so we're excited about that. Now, I look forward to talking more about that.
Hey, everybody, Frank DeViglio. I'm the CTO at NOAA. And AI is fast becoming part of our science portfolio. It is certainly something that we want to look at not only for the automation perspective from our enterprise side, but also the scientific growth that we can get. We can get a lot more done with less compute. That's potentially a thing. But I think the important parts and the way we're approaching it is in small steps and very intentionally. We want to make sure the scientific areas stay, you know, we keep the integrity. But really, we live in a world where tools change very fast. We want to make sure we do those get those tools into people's hands, but do that in the right way, at the right steps, safely, securely, so that they can do their testing, but we can also make sure that we're keeping the enterprise integrity intact. So it really is a stepwise approach to not only allow for testing, but to build the corporate knowledge, right? Those intrepid folks that start out will build the corporate knowledge for the rest of the organization. We need those folks out there doing it. Thank you.
Great, thank you all so much. What a great panel. This is going to be a really interesting conversation. And since a couple of you mentioned, use cases, whether it's making it easier for me to park and not get towed in Boston or something else, I'd love to hear from each of you some of the use cases that you're seeing in your agencies, in your day-to-day, that are kind of most exciting you, most interesting you, the things that are kind of getting you out of bed in the morning. And Frank, I want to start with yourself, and then we're going to come this way.
Sure. So we have an interesting mission spaces from the surface of the sun to the bottom of the ocean. A lot of science happens there. And they're really kind of interesting things. Like I said before, with forecasting, right? AI has the potential of really allowing greater resolution, high resolution models, which gives you better data, which gives everybody a better forecast. But there are really kind of interesting use cases within that sphere, right? Forecastings are the thing I focus on more, but the agency does more than that. But there's AI to determine potential hail size and precipitation in areas, identifying whale populations from satellite imagery, right? So these kinds of methods could be applied across the Earth system, modeling, observing, and they're really exciting things, and they can really help people do their job better, right? A lot of the technologies that we're looking at is how to identify species, and that really gets people out of, people don't want to be out of the field. I wouldn't suggest a scientist come out of the field, but it allows them to do more in the field while they're there, right? So we're expanding the workforce without expanding the workforce, for lack of a better metaphor.
So at OPM, what I talked about earlier was our use case around our COBOL code conversion. And so one of the things that we're focusing in on is taking our existing mainframe. Everybody knows what a mainframe is, right? Okay, all right. I just thought I'd ask because it's been a long time, and every time I mention mainframe, people go, "Huh? You guys are still?" And I'm like, "Yes, we still have a mainframe." And converting that to a more modern language, so either Java or Python, something that can be maintained over the long period of time, because the workforce that wrote COBOL has retired down in Florida, even though they volunteered to come back as a contractor to maintain that. We want to be able to transition that to something new, and so that is the use case that we are laser focused in on. Is how do we do that? Industry's done a phenomenal job. You guys have done a phenomenal job of being ahead of that, and have had some phenomenal demos on being able to do that going forward. So we're excited about where we think that work will go. And then starting to reimagine just some of our back office support services, from our help desk to our finance or our HR, and how can we use some of the built-in AI capabilities to get more productivity out of the employees that we serve. And so that's kind of where we are right now.
So at Social Security, it's a very high-touch type of business, and we also touch a huge portion of our population at any given point. So really, the use cases are all over the board in terms of how can we really improve those services to our customers. So they're starting with sort of in the contact center, in the field offices, very paper-intensive business processes at this point. So we are looking at automation, a lot of that. So definitely digitizing, AI-based, paper-based routing, processing, extraction, those are there. The other ones that are almost like entry level, everybody's doing it. We have a whole range of those standard, generative LLM-based chatbot type of use cases with, a RAG model on different types of internal sources. We are working on our own sort of private GPT, chat GPT type, not necessarily GPT, but it's a private GPT-like experience for different sort of scopes or bodies of knowledge. And we'll be doing several of those in this coming year. We're working on them right now. And then the other area where more on the sort of the back office of the mission area is really in terms of like data processing for, like, let's say, disability claims. How can we speed that up for medical information and correlation with unique cases and claims that cases have? So there are lots of opportunities to really make those much more seamless. We have AI solutions deployed in production right now that actually does that. It's in our published inventory. Those, and then there are several scenarios where we have to do redeterminations of disability cases based on different kinds of factors. So those are where we have some investments already, and now we are trying to bring in even more data and kind of curate that and see how can we get even more, especially with generative AI as an opportunity in the toolkit here. So there's actually a lot going on. So as I said, there's an exciting time. We've got to be super careful how we do that. Of course, bias and fairness is in the forefront of all of that. But we've got to take care of those. Those are table stakes. But this opportunity set is huge. So very exciting time.
Hi. Yeah, I would argue it's an exciting time, but also it's a little bit of a scary time at the same time. For the small and micros, the really big challenge has always been resourcing. It's always been the challenge. You got agencies that are 2 people, you got agencies that are 50,000 people. And the big problem is AI is a great opportunity because it can really help mitigate through a lot of the automation and processes that agencies have. Agencies are all looking at doing things to streamline and to kind of help them respond to mandates, respond to asks as quickly as possible. I think that's the real goal when it comes to what AI is really going to do for the community at large, especially the small and micros, because I think that's the real challenge they're going to be facing. I can't give you any specific use cases because it's broad and wide in terms of the small and micros, but I think on the cyber side, you can see a ton of different things happening, especially on just doing simple things like FISMA audits. If they can automate a lot of that stuff through AI, that's going to be a great time saver for a lot of these agencies. Anyway, thank you.
For us, I'd start with 2 external-facing use cases. So we have search-enabled, AI-enabled search, a prototype in boston.gov where it's using retrieval-augmented generation and kind of using the vectorized data information that we have in our website to give you answers for your questions. And we're testing to see how does it compare against our current search engine. We have also started to build digital experiences that leverage a generative AI to create summaries. So like we created summaries of all the council meetings, 19 years worth of data so that people didn't have to click on the actual item that was voted on and then be able to simplify the language of, right now it says like motion to approve the dismissal of the funds, and it's kind of complicated. And we created these 20-word summaries that kind of make it much easier to figure out what was the council voting on and what did each council member voted on. But I think like the broader, more interesting question that we ask ourselves is like generative AI as a general purpose technology that has the possibility of improving the productivity of all 25,000 employees of the city. But we know that the same way that not the same device, and we have a very heterogeneous workforce. We have teachers, police officers, firefighters, we have lawyers, we have very different, people that do very different kinds of jobs. And we know that for the same reason that we wouldn't give them the same devices and that they might need slightly different versions of software, what we're asking ourselves, and I can tell you how we're going about it, we're working on a very experimental approach, but trying to measure to see if different people take up the version of Gemini, the kind of Copilot, but for Google Workspace, to see what is the impact and if we see that there's different groups of people that are using it. Because the other issue is this is technology that's fairly expensive. The cost for productivity tools almost doubles if you have the Gen AI enabled version. And I think that it is both the one that has maybe the biggest impact, but also the most uncertainty about how it works, what are the critical success factors, what are the risks that we introduce. So, anyways.
Hey, so this is this is a really interesting discussion because on one hand, it was the best of times. On the other hand, it was the worst of times. And I think that's incredibly accurate. And I really want to talk, Alan, to the thing that you mentioned, and the same thing in a bit that you did, Santiago, which is the idea that for a large agency to go out and train a model to sort of bring all of their content together to apply tools like RAG or Graph, and then to fine tune that in such a way that it's useful for their constituency, that's really expensive. And that can be from a human capital, quite expensive, and it can be from a technology perspective, quite expensive as well. And so I think that what we're going to continue to see is more and more of these services available as cloud services so that smaller organizations can access them quickly. There's a whole world of FedRAMP between that cloud service and getting that government customer actually able to access it. So there's definitely some pressure that we need there in improving the FedRAMP process. But I think at Red Hat, we find ourselves working with both of these customers, not specifically, but with customers of both sizes, both large and small. And for us, we're really quite focused on the idea of democratizing the ability to fine tune your model. And so for us, what that really means is that you shouldn't have to pay a data scientist in order to make your model more responsive to your customers, whether they be internal or external. So we're working with a lot of our partners to build a platform where, of course, you can use it to do the graph RAG analysis, the RAG analysis, but also where you can have that fine tuning where someone can say, oh, well, for this insurance claim, this clearly looks like it's a large, medium, or small sort of claim, and we can start to work through that. The other side of the coin is that not all questions to AI are going to be answered by the same LLM. And so let's say you have a chat bot or you've got an internal tool that you're using. As that question comes in, you need to figure out where that question needs to go and how to answer it in most efficiently and also most cost effectively, because it's already been said, these things can be quite expensive. So we're also looking at using very small large language models simply as a router to say, oh, this question, we can do that internally for quite cheap. This question, we're going to send that over here to maybe a cloud-hosted provider because we need whatever answer from that. So that's kind of where we are. I just found it so interesting, the spectrum that we've got on the panel, and wanted to comment on that.
Ooh, I wish we could talk more about architecture. I love that topic. But at National Science Foundation, the AI use cases that we have range from things like cybersecurity to user interface. But the one I want to talk about is most exciting to me. National Science Foundation next year will have its 75th anniversary. Now, currently we spend about $10 billion a year invest in fundamental research here in the United States. So if you think about 75 years of fundamental research investment, what has been the productivity from that? What do we get from that? Now, if we were looking at, say, applied research, where you have a specific thing you're trying to accomplish and you have a specific period that you're doing it, it's a lot easier to track, okay, here's my investment, here's what I got for it. But things like applied research depend on the fundamental research. So if you're going to do some like AI algorithm, which maybe is statistically based, somebody developed the basic arithmetic like a long time ago. And that went ultimately into the calculus that supports modern AI. So NSF is a bit like that. So how do we take the 75 years of data that we have and tease out from that what we as taxpayers got for our investment? That's key on our minds, and AI is a tool that's going to help us do that, because all that 75 years of data is in different formats, collected for different reasons. Research topics change, definitions change over time. I mean, technology has evolved. So how can we tease out from all of that what we got for our money? And when we can do that, when we understand that, then that can help us make better investments going forward.
And may I say many happy returns for 75 years.
Many happy returns. Thank you.
Okay, so we've talked about the things that are kind of getting you out of bed in the morning, that are exciting you. I want to talk about some of the challenges, some of the things that are maybe keeping you guys up at night when it comes to AI. What are some of those, the kind of the biggest challenges that you see when it comes to AI adoption in government operations? And how can we address them effectively? How are your agencies approaching some of this? How are we thinking about some of these real difficulties? And Michael, since it's your 75th birthday, you can start, and we'll go back down.
I'm a little younger than that. Yes. Okay, so the question, please, again.
Ethical challenges.
Ethical
How do we
challenges,
address
right.
them? What's your agency doing?
Yes. I love the topic of AI and ethical challenges because basically it causes us to go back and look at the ethical challenges associated with automation and with our data. In this day and age, AI is very much intertwined with our data. Machine learning algorithms are part data, part algorithm. And so the ethical issues there go back to how do we understand our data? How do we label our data in such a way that the law and policy and regulation that went into the collection and the use of that data and the care of that data, the security of that data are embedded with the data as an AI algorithm uses the data. So that's the ethical issue that's very, very much on my mind. And our approach to that is basically pretty simple. It actually, believe it or not, is a zero trust framework where if you look at the zero trust data pillar, you start with cataloging your data, and then you tag your data, and then you attach those tags, and then you automate. And that's where we're headed. And so the automated, regulated, the governed data flow, automated, entering AI solutions would just become built in and be baked into your AI. That's what we're trying to do.
Well, the doctor took the words right out of my mouth. It absolutely comes down to your data. And I think a lot of agencies thought they might get away from doing that. I thought, you know, when we saw the move to cloud, we knew that if we were going to move things into the cloud, we were going to have to understand the data that we were going to put in the cloud. And we would have, you know, these FedRAMP levels where we could say, oh, this only needs to be high, or this is medium, or this is FedRAMP low. Well, forget it. Everything has to go into FedRAMP high, right? That way we don't have to do any of our data classification. And so similarly, that's come along with zero trust as well, is that the avoidance of the data classification problem has been to just classify everything as most important. But I think the very real reality is that with AI, that data classification task, it's finally coming to head. And so we're going to have to quit kicking that can down the road a little bit and really get into understanding what our data is and what the impact of it's going to be. It's not fun and it's not pretty, but it is really going to be key to these ethical challenges as you outlined. So I think that's a great point, and I couldn't agree with you more.
And we're going to learn a lot when we do it.
We are going to learn a lot when we do it, and that's okay, right? Like it's a good thing.
So there's a great philosopher called John Bassel that maybe none of you have heard about. He works at Northeastern, and he talks about the need for an AI ethics ecosystem similar to what we have in bioethics, with a lot of cross-disciplinarity, because I think that there's ethical problems galore. Even the use of a technology that is so energy intensive that, you know, the time that we're thinking about, maybe not everybody, with climate change, I think that there's some real questions, like what's the ethical use of the government of using a tool that contributes to emissions? And I think that, but anyways, obviously bias and whatnot, but I'll synthesize, for me at least, the way that we're approaching this and operationalizing this is thinking about value and cost and risk. So ultimately it's going in and knowing that because the technology is changing, and a lot of the underlying is not just about the technology, but about how does the technology fit in the context of other processes and controls and people and training. Like it's a much more complex equation than just the technology itself. Is going and saying, is the thing that we're trying to get out of the technology done at equal or higher quality than the incumbent solution? Does it cost less? So if we go and we do our street signs exercise, is it cost us less money because it takes less development time to use a generative model, a multimodal model, than it takes us to build like a computer vision model? You know, time is money. That there's limited taxpayers' dollars. So it's anyways being very pragmatic. And then the last piece is thinking for each type of application, going and thinking, how does this go wrong? And bias is thinking about how does this work differently for different groups of people, and particularly understanding who are the people that are particularly vulnerable in that particular type of process, and then testing. And the only way of knowing if it's bias is test and compare to see if it performs differently for different groups of people, and then go and correct. but as has been our approach.
I would agree with my colleagues that data is like one of the key elements, because right now, without having real understanding of what your data is or how it's essentially connected to one another, you're going to have a lot of challenges, and it's going to introduce bias as well, because you may end up taking data that's 4 years old and it could end up reflecting a completely different time or what have you. The other thing is, I think that introduces the idea of transparency, because we really need to be transparent with how the data and how the information is coming into the AI models, so that we know that the inputs we're producing are going to generate the right kind of outputs that we really want. So anyway.
So, you know, a lot of these challenges already resonate, so I'm not going to repeat them, but I'll tell you one challenge that I see, maybe not so much on the ethical bucket. It's just way too many ideas are coming out of the woodwork that really shouldn't be AI. And honestly, from a practical day-to-day, just kind of getting your job done and putting in a good day's worth of work, it's like, can we just have these not come out so we can really focus on the real problems and come up with some really meaningful solutions? Anyway, lighthearted, but genuinely, that just seems like way too much of everything, you know, has an AI solution now. And so that's just kind of starting to really get to me, to be honest with you. But again, agree with my co-panelists here. Some of those ethical challenges are what they are, so I wouldn't repeat them. Thank you.
I'm going to say exactly what he said about, I'm not going to repeat everything everybody said about the ethical challenges. But I will present a couple of challenges that we're wrestling with, and so we're trying to filter our use cases in the three buckets: the technology value, the business value, and the people value. And testing that use case to say, did it do what we thought it was going to do? And so there's always going to be a technology value, a value from a technologist perspective, but did it bring the business value that it need? And then did it change any behaviors that we want to change? Do people have to operate differently? And is it going to, because we're a unionized organization, you know, the union impacts of the have and the have-nots. Are you changing somebody's work environment? And if you're doing it, are you doing that universally? Are you giving everybody the same tools to be productive? The other thing that I'll add in this AI model that we've learned, or we should have learned from cloud, is understanding the operating cost of that model and how do you optimize that. Not everything has to be a large language model. So every time a use case comes in, you don't always want to smack it on a large language model when a smaller model might do from a cost perspective. And so what I will tell you is you need to build that optimization in from the start before you enterprise deploy any one of your AI use cases, because as we've learned with cloud, you're going to pay for what you use, and what you don't use, you're going to pay. And if you're not managing that fire hose is going to run, and your agency is going to be running up a bill that's going to make you upset with that use case. So that would be my challenge and my takeaway and my recommendation to anybody.
It's hard to not repeat some stuff that's been said, but I think, you know, to add on to what we were talking here, you need to have everybody at the table at the start. It's not you can't add communications at the end. You can't add security at the end. You can't add social science. They have to be there at the beginning. If you bring people together at the beginning, you won't be surprised. Things will get communicated, right? Sometimes we forget about how things are communicated, how answers are communicated. What do they convey? Do people evacuate? Did they not? Right. So that stuff has to be. Everybody's got to be at the table at the front of the process, not at the end. And you do have to link it to your point to the business aspects, right? Why are we doing this? Not just can we do it? That's a great question, but why is really, really important. And the other part, you know, is the data part, and it's not knowing where you got to know where your data comes from. You have to know how your data is licensed, which is a wonderful process that I'm learning about. But you know, a user may not understand that, and they may disseminate something unintentionally and violate a license, and now that's another bill that nobody wants, right? So you have to educate people on the licensing. They have to know what data they're getting into, so to speak. They have to know what the data contains, right? It's not just like any other data, weather and climate data. There are sensors, more sensors in certain areas and less in other areas, and what impact does that have for forecasts? What impact does it have for communities, right? So that's a discussion you have to have at the beginning, not at the end, right? Like you have to understand what's in your data before you start processing it, and have everybody at the table to understand what you're doing and why before you start going down the road. And I think that it won't answer all the questions, but it'll get you, it's a good start.
Great. All right. The next question that I have is about your workforce. Obviously, some of them have maybe been there for a long time, but most of them may not be terribly familiar with AI. How do we go about skilling people in these technologies, making sure they can make the best use of them, and get good outcomes as well? I mean, how do you approach something like that? And Frank, we're going to start at your end.
So I think there's a couple ways to approach this, but the way I think of it is, right, you have to educate on 3 levels, right? You have to educate on an executive level. How is this important for the agency from a leadership perspective? From a technical level, how can you implement this? And from a usage level, right? How can we make this workable for us during our daily jobs or in general, right? So you need those 3 levels of education. That's not something that I think any agency or any organization can provide, right? So you need a partnership. How do you bring that education in? And then you have to give people experiences, right? You can read stuff and try labs online, but unless you really get your hands dirty, you may not have those skills, right? So you have to build test beds. You have to build opportunities in for folks in time and resource and everything else to get their hands into it, and allow them to really play with it. And that means giving them space and time, right? If they're playing with this, they can't answer test case or whatever they're doing. But that's the cost of doing this, right? You have to educate folks, and I think people are willing to learn. They're willing to get in there, but you have to help them prioritize it, right? If people think something on fire, they'll go run to the fire. No, you have to go complete this training, or this is part of your job, right? We have to start prioritizing that education, and not just when you have time, right?
So I'm going to double down on something that we haven't talked about, and that's the people side of this thing. And so when he asked the question about change, we established an organizational change management division within our organization so that we could start managing what we do with our customers and not doing things to our customers. And within that component, we established what we call a champions network, which is representations from all of our lines of business. And so they're sort of what we call our Trojan mice, or our early adopters of all of our technology. And so we provide a place for them to play with whatever it is that we're going to roll out. So whenever we're rolling something out, we run it by the Champions Network. They give us feedback on whether they think this will work, whether we think it won't work. But that ability for them to play allows them to, 1, embrace it, but 2, be experts inside their organizations. And so what I've learned over the years is, if I have a problem with something, I'm going to go to the person that's closest to me. I'm probably not going to call the help desk every time. I'm going to call the person next to me, the person that works alongside me, the person that understands my business and won't embarrass me for not knowing. Well, that has helped us with a lot of our other technology adoptions, and it's helping us in the form of AI. And so allowing them the ability to play, to embrace. And as far as what are we doing about the tools? Well, a lot of the new tools coming out now have AI already built in. And so teaching people that a lot of the things that you do on your smartphone with Siri, with Alexa, that's all AI built in. So you're already familiar with that skill set. And so now having people to just build on that now becomes the natural transition for them. We're starting to look at other ways that we can create opportunities for people to just play. We've got a pilot program where we are going to be rolling out, brand specific, we're going to be rolling out Copilot to 300 people for them to start playing with it, because what we've learned is maybe not everybody needs it. And so let's figure out where the biggest bang for our buck and the biggest value is going to be before we start paying for something that not everybody's going to use. But that's another way for us to get the feedback on the value that we talked about earlier, the technology value, the business value, and the people value of these AI type solutions.
So I'll this is obviously a pretty broad workforce and people issue as an issue or as a topic. So I'll probably just for now focus on kind of the technology and the science side of the the producers of AI or validators of AI type versus the entire workforce topic. And I would just say it's really kind of one of those things that worry. It's a worry because this is such a fast changing and it requires really solid skills. So kind of how do you build the workforce of this era that can really work with those solutions? And also, as Melvin just said, that technology, products, platforms are baking in a bunch of different kinds of AI. So how do we then, of course, validate that and test that, and make sure that many of the required sort of protections and safeties and ethics things that we've talked about, how are we going to do that? That is actually not an easy thing. It's a tall order, and that does keep us worried. How do we train them? How do we hire them, etc.? So it's not something you can just turn on and just say life will be exactly just fine. So we got to prepare. So we are doing those things to the extent we can, right? So internally, more awareness. There are like levels of sort of I may call it training, I guess, right? Awareness level, like so you're at least understanding the basics, how it works, what does it do, what's good for, what's not good for. But then you can start to go up in terms of building more technical skills, so science skills, the hiring approaches that we have to do, giving them like sandbox areas and let them learn and train. Those are some of the strategies we are putting down, but also all of these things does ultimately require resources and budgets and things of that nature. So that's something that does worry me a lot. Like, how are we going to really prepare and kind of be ready and do more, because the opportunity set is definitely out there. I'll pass on at that.
Okay, so I have an opinion on this. I apologize. But I will say it this way. I think AI and cyber are changing so quickly that it's very hard for us to use the traditional training models that we do to really train up staff. SMEs that we have today in technology and AI, for example, will not be SMEs in a month. I mean, it's changing so quickly. I think the model really that we're looking for is what a lot of the Gen Zers are really focused on, which is how can I consume it in less than 5 minutes and understand what the technology is and try and move forward on the task that I need to get it done through. And I think that's the model that we're really going to end up pushing for. I mean, I know, so I've been talking to some of the smalls, and that's really what they're trying to focus on. It is that model. Now, in terms of strategies, there are other things too, like GSA just had a series where they actually held a whole bunch of AI training for all the agencies across the board, which was fantastic, and I thought it really proved very valuable. But also, I think partnering with some of the educational institutions. I mean, every one of the big universities now, from MIT to Cornell, they have AI certificates, certification programs, leadership programs in place, and I think it behooves us not to partner with them and really kind of help us to get the workforce ready for the future. Thank you.
I think that for me, the training conversation starts with culture, with resources, and access to the technology. So the first piece with culture, it goes a little bit with the question about ethics. People are freaked out. And if you ask the general public about what's the #1 concern about AI, is that it's going to take their jobs. So I think that that's the elephant in the room. If you don't address why would you be incentivized to learn about AI if AI is going to replace me? So I think that for us at the city, what we've said as a statement, as a matter of values from Mayor Wu, is we're not there to try to replace you. We're there to try to help you do a better job. We're there to give you the resources, because some of the things that you have to do kind of suck. You have to go and read through mountains of regulation, become very familiar with all aspects of the regulation, even if it's something that you only do once every 2 years, and be able to produce something like these tools help with that. So I think that that's the first piece, the culture piece. The second, with regards to access to training resources. So we just partnered with Innovate US, which is a community of practice, a network that has all of its training is free. It's developed by practitioners, by people in local and state government. And we have selected some courses that we're going to make required if people are going to access one of these tools, the responsible use of AI being one. Partially because if you don't understand some of the basics, you don't understand how it might fail. You might not understand that a small model might be more efficient in terms of energy, but it might be less robust in terms of being able to handle use cases. But you just need to know that it's not good or bad. You just need to understand. And then the last piece is giving access to people to the actual technology, because again, we're all trying to figure it out. And sometimes the technology is changing so rapidly, even the people that are making the technology don't understand the limitations of the technology. So we've been working on deploying a sandbox that gives access to our employees to different LLMs. You have the ability of comparing for the same prompt, how different LLMs respond. You have the ability of changing different prompts for the same LLM. And again, it's just prompt engineering. It's a matter of heuristics. It's a matter of trying different things till it does the thing that you need to do. So it's like hands-on. It's not only going to be reading and thinking about it. It's just like and on top of all of that, we're also starting to hire talent, particularly for the places where AI is going to be a component within a larger experience. We need to have people that are kind of familiar with using some of the toolkit, but that's not going to be the average employee.
So when I think about the workforce, certainly there's sort of the IT workforce, but then there's the end user workforce as well. And so I would argue that the technology that gets adopted the fastest is that which presents the least friction to the end user. And so as you sort of move down this path, think about how you can integrate those AI tools, not into an AI tool, but into the end user's everyday tool. For example, my grandfather served in World War II. When he came back, he was a lineman. He was up there connecting lines on the telephone poles. My grandmother was an operator. You can only imagine how they met. Excuse me. But when was the last time any of us spoke to a telephone operator? Like, that doesn't exist. And that it doesn't not exist because of AI. It doesn't exist because the tools that we use today no longer require that level of interaction. Back then, you had to talk to an operator to make a phone call outside of whatever your region was. Today, I can pick up my phone. I have a phone number pre-programmed in it for Japan. It's effortless. I can call around the world with zero effort. So the level of friction that the end users interacted with in the early telephone system to what we interact with today, we carry this telephone in our pocket everywhere we go, is completely different. And so as you think about integrating those tools and making them available to your end users, get to that point, not to the point even of putting the quarter in the machine.
I'll be very brief and just say that another strategy is actually events like this, and ATARCs actually, in my view, this event and others provide a service in helping the community also understand. So I don't think I need to say more about that.
Well, unfortunately, that is all the time that we have. I feel like we barely scratched the surface. We could probably go for another 3 hours with the 7 of us, but unfortunately we can't. But for now, please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you all so much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Chris. We've done 121 events this year, and this is the last panel of the last event. I think my team's going to be relieved. Hey, Melvin, hang on one second. I'm going to do something different. Can I grab you for a second? So the next panel, and we're just going to grab Melvin for this before we go to the next panel. It's about leaderships and strategies for government IT for excellence. I was at IAC. You won the Frankie Award. Tell everybody about that. It's a good way to celebrate excellence. I'm going to put you on the spot for a second.
Thanks, Tom. As I understand it, the Frankie Award is it was actually IAC's Executive of the Year Award. I won it this past October out in Pennsylvania for my leadership around cloud optimization and leading the way for the government adoption of what we call the FinOps framework, which is an optimization framework designed for us to get the most value that we can out of our cloud. It's an open source framework, not owned by any vendor, but we've got about 30 agencies across the federal government now that are using it. And I run a special interest group that we meet once a month to kind of figure out how we can expand that capability and share the lessons learned around adoption strategies. and how can we get more efficient with some of our buying power around cloud. So thank you, Tom, for the opportunity, and thank you, ATAR, for allowing me to be here.
Thanks again. We have our next panel up, and one of the members I'm going to embarrass a little bit, Don Bauer. If we can get Amber up in a second, I'm going to introduce her. But Don Bauer just won the Presidential Rank Award, so we got to honor him. This will be my last time I officially honor you, but tell us a little bit about that award.
Presidential Rank Award, I received a meritorious. There are two types, distinguished and meritorious, and it covers 4 years of performance. So basically, they look across, it's not an annual award, it's for 4 years of continuous work, improvement, whatever, and it is an amazingly intricate background check, too. Let me just put it that way.
Well, congratulations, Don. I think money was involved too, so it was a really nice award. Okay, last panel. We're going to have Amber Corin come up. She's an ATARC consultant, long career. If she can bring her panel up, we will finish the year with a very powerful panel.
Thank you. Push the button. Okay. You guys can hear me? We're all one ATARC family, squeeze in together. I was going to make a comment that I always seem to be scheduled to moderate the last panel of the day, and I'm going to choose to take that as a compliment from Tom. But the last panel of the day for the last panel of the year, you must love me so much. That said, I'm super excited to be here today. We have an amazing panel. It looks like it's been an entire day full of amazing panels. It's also a big panel like the last one was. So I'm going to have each of the panelists I'm going to go down the line and let them give you their name and affiliation so you can match faces and names. If you're interested in kind of like their background, I would encourage you to check out the informational packet, or Google works as well. But yes, go ahead and please introduce yourselves.
Hello. Okay, there we go. Hi, everyone. I'm Akanksha Sharma. I'm with the Department of Labor. I'm their Director for Digital Transformation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Karen Howard. I am with the Treasury Department and with the IRS, and I'm the Director of the Office of Online Services.
Hi, everyone. My name is Trevor Bryant, and I am very fortunate to be a non-IT executive on a panel of other IT executives. So I am at CISA, America's Cyber Defense Agency. I'm specifically in the Cybersecurity Shared Services Office. So I'm pretty excited to talk about the many services CISA does provide.
My name is Don Bauer. I'm the Chief Technology Officer for Global Talent Management, so I run all the HR platforms at Department of State.
Hi, I'm Christine Halverson. I am the CTO for Public Sector for Okta and former Govy, over 20 years in government. So happy to be on this panel with such distinguished people.
Good afternoon. I'm Audrey Story. I am the Chief of Staff within OCIO at the Department of the Interior. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So given that we have a very robust panel here with a lot of expertise, I kind of have sketched out who I'm going to lob which questions at. I tried to send it to you guys ahead of time. I'm sorry, my email, it wouldn't go through no matter what I did. But maybe it's better that way. I don't know. But let's kick things off with a little bit about some of your biggest challenges that you've been facing? What are some of the most significant challenges that you have encountered in modernizing your legacy systems within government IT? And how have you addressed some of those challenges? And I'm going to direct this one first to Karen, then Audrey, and Akanksha.
Wow, challenges. I'm sure I'm going to name many that many of you already have, right? So let's talk about, money, budget. That's always a challenge. I think when you look at how you finance some of your modernization efforts and based on the amount of funding you get, the prioritization of those efforts. I think another one that's really, really that I feel is probably even more important than funding is culture. Coming from the IRS, that's a long-standing agency with a lot of legacy systems, legacy employees. And so when you talk about innovation and doing things differently there and bringing on new talent to innovate, there's culture that you have to realize, face, and then figure out how to begin to impact or operate within that culture. So I could go on this topic forever, but I won't because I know others have something to say. But I think those are the two things: is budget and culture.
Hi, good afternoon. One thing we have experienced this throughout my government career is the same thing about considering the resources, if you have the resources available, and the budget, and really understanding to have that conversation with your customers who may not understand why that modernization is important. So they could be looking at that funding a little differently. And do you want to continue to operate those legacy systems? Another thing I've had experience with, another item I've experienced is just ensure that you're fully documenting the system and that you're treasuring that institutional knowledge and having those appropriate user stories, because when we move into modernization, a lot of times we're not looking at that legacy operation, how will we keep the mission going if we lose that knowledge? So that has been really helpful throughout my career, is working with the customers to ensure that we maintain that institutional knowledge. Thank you.
I'll add that as a technologist, one of our challenges tends to be being in connection with our business areas, with our mission. We are generally several layers removed from the end user that is accessing our service. And because of that, we can be stuck in a place where maybe we're not making the right business case, maybe we're not identifying the right platforms, maybe we're spending time creating things that ultimately will not be super helpful for the end user. So a big part of my role has been to really integrate our team, specifically our user experience designers, with the actual mission areas of the Department of Labor, so that when we are trying to free up funding, when we are trying to create business cases for modernization, or when we are holding ourselves accountable to see whether or not we have been successful, that we actually understand the work, we understand the end users, and we're able to judge whether or not we are actually providing services to them. I think it's a big reason why we've been able to win some of the technology modernization funds that we have, but it does continue to still be a challenge.
That's actually a great lead in to another question that I have on here about as government IT leaders, how do you, to the point that you made, ensure your teams are remaining innovative and resilient and able to stay on top of all of these challenges in the face of constant change? And what steps can be taken to build that culture of continuous improvement, and also, to Audrey's point, making sure that you're retaining that institutional knowledge? It's a robust challenge. I would be interested in hearing, Don, some of your perspective on that, and Karen and Audrey. I think that sounds like you guys might have some experience there too.
Well, let me say, I think I'm up here with my people because everything you mentioned, I would easily have said the same thing. You know, I took over a culture that was behind and modernization challenged, I'll call it. And you know, I took up the first fight was with budget, really getting in front of leadership and saying why we needed the money. But at the cultural level, I think it's important that it's, you know, modernization, as somebody said earlier, it's not fun, right? It's not like, it's not the new shiny. It's like, oh, it's the pedestrian stuff we have to do. You know, when you're on 2002 servers and it's 2020, you know, you've got to upgrade. And a lot of that work just needs to be done. So I think ultimately, you have to be very strategic. You know, everybody needs to have something over the horizon to seek and look for and see what's happening, see where they're going. And I think the other side is sometimes as leaders, we get very prescriptive. I want you to do this, and this is how I want you to do it, versus we need to accomplish this goal. What kind of strategies do you have? What is the culture? What do my experts tell me is the best way to approach these things? So I think to answer that question, it's more like empowering your people to help with the solution so that they don't feel like they're just being beat down with all of the requirements that we have to follow, but more importantly, they're part of bringing the organization forward.
In the spirit of what someone said on a previous panel about doing it with them instead of to them, I think some of the key things that when you talk about people, they have to feel connected to what you're doing. So I think you have to start with what's the problem we're trying to solve, and how does it impact them? But more important, I think being very transparent and open and making them part of the solution as well, getting their feedback, opening the door so that they have an opportunity in a safe space and a safe place to share their concerns, to elevate issues that they are seeing with other peers that might not be as open about it. I think you have to make them part of what you're doing, and be proactive about it. Ta-da moments, although we love to hear ta-da on Netflix. Nobody likes to hear that when you're rolling out new innovation, right? Oh, here's what we're doing, ta-da. They really want that preview or that preamble so that they not only have a say, but they get to understand why we're doing it. And if we focus less on the innovation and on the technology and focus on the business case, the problem we're trying to solve, and the win-win for them, and how it will impact them, addressing that, really controlling the narrative in our conversation with them, I think you get a team of people who are more likely to welcome that change and support it than if you eliminate those things, and then in that case they feel like it's being done to them and not with them.
Hello? Okay, hi. Just repeating, emphasizing a lot of the great comments already made. I definitely agree, and it's really important to consider that cross collaboration across the community. One thing that Department of Interior does really well is establishing the communities of interest, communities of practice for the employees there to have that large conversation about that innovation, to make sure that we're considering the customers and all of the experiences, whether it's digital or the customer experience, just ensuring that everyone is heard. You're giving folks a fair opportunity to embrace the innovation because you're considering and you're valuing their feedback. So again, my colleagues here, people is really important in all of your innovation. You really want to employ the ideas and the thoughts and the feedback from the people.
I love that overarching theme. I want to pull that thread a little bit further to talk about some of the strategies that you have found to be most effective for fostering that collaboration and communication, especially between different departments, different agencies, as you're embarking on digital transformation and trying to avoid the ta-da. I like that. And I would be interested in hearing Christine and Trevor. I know you guys have both moved in and out of government and the private sector. So I'd be interested in your perspectives on that.
So Trevor, I'll take it first, I guess. From a perspective of being in and out of government and staying still true to wanting to support the mission, right, from the private sector side, I think when we talk about this, and we've talked about it a lot in government, right, that you need that private and public sector partnerships if we're going to do cybersecurity right, and that is so true. And it goes to the same thing of if you're sitting in the government, you have to know what outcomes you want to achieve, right? What is the outcomes to your mission that you need to get to complete that mission? And you need to be able to communicate those outcomes to the private sector side and be able to tell them what you need to achieve and how, you know, how they can help you get there. And that is one way. The other thing that we're working on at Okta right now is sharing intelligence, right? So we have over 50 billion users, right, on our platform on a daily basis. And on a monthly basis, we're blocking 8 billion threats that are coming to those users first level. And we need to start sharing that intelligence more, right? We need to start sharing that with the agencies so that you can see the signatures that are coming for identity-based attacks, which are on the rise, right, to 80%. And those are the things that you should be expecting from people who are in long-term relationships with you on the private sector side, that it's a partnership, that you are sharing those threats back and forth to one another so that you can harden your infrastructure and go forward. The other thing I think that in the position that I sit in as a CTO for public sector, and we were just having this discussion with the team, I do Fed, SLED, DOD, and IC. And so one of the things I see is one customer having a challenge in a use case, and then I have another conversation, maybe that's on the federal side, and then I have another conversation with a state government, and they're having the same challenge, to be able to put those two groups together, both internally within Okta to solve it quicker and reuse and repurpose as much as we can to go quicker to solve the problem, but also the agencies together to talk about the challenges that they're having, because they're mentors to each other at the end of the day and can help each other go through those challenges together. So that is one of the things in my role that I like to do as well.
So I'm in the position where I actually do get to work with the end user, and I do get to meet them firsthand, and I do know their names. And these end users are those that log into CISA services or utilize the services that are otherwise embedded as part of their own local services, whether it's the DMV or the hospital or university. So when I was in a brief moment in industry, something I learned to take away from that was couch time. And that is giving people the opportunity to be heard. I found that asking human questions will receive human answers. And so when I came back to the government side, I had taken that learning and that approach. And in CISA, we have a customer experience office, so I got to learn quite a bit about how to interact with the end users, the actual humans that are doing the work. And this gave us the opportunity to not just explain to them what our outcome is, but allow them the opportunity to be part of the design of our programs and part of the design of our services that we do provide. One little fun fact I'm on the .gov program, and we are now over 11,000 domain names issued throughout the United States for all local governments that are incorporated, and that is 87% of our user base right there, which means only 13% of all of our users are federal. Oh, and to add to that, that also allows us to be part of their modernization and migration strategies, as .gov is the edge of the internet, and the end users, the local governments being part of .gov, having been part of their migration strategy also enables them to further utilize CISA services.
I think there have been some good points made here around kind of the integration of technologies as part of the transformation effort. So I want to hear a little bit more about the integration of emerging technologies, because it's kind of like adding more stuff to, you know, the existing list, I think, in a lot of cases. I know, Don, we've talked about this before, so not to put you on the spot, but how do you approach this integration of emerging technologies into government operations? And also, what are some of the considerations that you have to make in balancing that innovation with practical implementation and ongoing functionality. And maybe Dawn, Karen, and Akanksha, I think maybe, if anybody else is interested in chiming in.
I think that's a great question. So I actually try not to use the word emerging technology too much, because the approach I try to take with our, our customers, AKA our agencies and mission areas, is that it's just technology. It's here to do what you want it to do. Let's figure out what your goals are, and we will identify the right solution. Now, that may require us to use artificial intelligence. It may require us to maybe use something that's a little bit more creative on the data side or the data processing side. But at the end of the day, what we really try to do is have our mission areas focus on their requirements, help them talk to the end users so that we get that perspective front and center into our user stories, and then really work with them collaboratively to build the right solutions. When we do get into the realm of suggesting things that may make people feel uncomfortable, things like generative AI, we make sure that we build in enough time to do the required testing. We make sure that we build in the required time to ensure that any policy changes that may be necessary are made, that we do all of the requirement change management around it, if it's something entirely new, if it's a new capability. But I think that's really like bread and butter to us as technologists. Things are constantly evolving, and we have to be there and recommend these things and see them through. From our perspective, the success criteria really just goes back to the customer experience. If at the end of the day, this is helping someone in the American public be able to apply for unemployment insurance faster, if it's allowing someone who is trying to get a visa in order to work faster, then we are in fact being successful. If it's not, then there's no point in using technology for the sake of technology, right? So that's really what the North Star is at the end of the day. Are we improving the end user experience? Are we improving the customer experience?
Hi. So for me, it's when we look at the emerging technology or new technology that's coming out, it's just like anything, right? It's just because it's out there doesn't mean it's for you. And so we value the opportunity to look at what problem we're trying to solve. I kind of equate it to shoe shopping. Let's talk about shoes, right? So there are just some shoes that are beautiful that I would never put on. I would never put on the spiky red bottoms. They're beautiful, they're gorgeous, they're the hottest thing out there, but I would like trip and fall. I just don't have a case for them. So when we look at what's coming up, and we do a horizon scan, and we do horizon scans quite frequently because we know somebody somewhere is going to ask for something just because it's the latest and greatest thing. And we want to be able to say, we don't have a, what problem are you trying to solve by bringing that in? Or is this just a shiny object that we want to be able to say, hey, we did a thing? And I think it really, really is important to her point, to make sure that it's going to bring value to the end user, whether it's your employee or your customer or your taxpayer, that you really have a business case, that you understand the requirements, but more importantly, that you have the data to support it and you think of the long-term value, how you're going to maintain the operations beyond just the launch, right? And I think sometimes we get excited about bringing in this stuff, and then when it comes to just regular operations, beyond the launch, somehow everyone goes away because the fanfare is over, right? We wore the shoes to the party and then we kick them in the closet and we don't look at them for a couple of years. And that's waste. So I think there is value in understanding what's emerging out there, whether it's generative AI, whether it's quantum, which is a big thing now that's going to accelerate everything, and then saying how being aware of what's out there and then really mapping it to user needs and case studies and problems that you're trying to solve.
So yes, totally agree. I think, being from an HR perspective, bleeding edge is not good for HR. People get real nervous when you're starting to introduce new technology into the HR process, because if it breaks, people's pay and other things get impacted. So we take a much more reserved approach to emerging tech. But one thing that I did institute a few years ago is, if there is something new and we collectively feel like there's a value proposition within our area of responsibility, we do R&D. You know, and I can tell you, there's nothing more invigorating for, and I manage a team of, 150 developers, and I have customer experience, and I have business analysts. So to allow people a little bit of time to explore those new options, sometimes the exploration yields to different results that we would have never anticipated, but it adds a little bit of, we got rid of the boring ho-hum, and we allow to have a little bit of fun checking out the new stuff, and that really adds value, because the team, it kind of forces the team to always be creative and kind of think of different ways of doing things, and just giving them a little bit of space. And I track my spend very carefully for that very reason, labor dollars, but I do allow a little bit of R&D, and we have a category where we actually speak about R&D internally, so that we can do that. I think the other thing that you touched on, and I can't emphasize enough, is the tail. We are really good at coming up with great ideas and laying, look at this. And I know a lot of your innovation units in your organizations are like, look what we did, and they jump it over the fence. And they forget that there's resources and time and either patching or curation of information. All of a sudden, this beautiful, shiny object that everybody loves, the back end is a humongous lift for whoever's left holding the bag. And I feel like that's sometimes discounted in the government. We get so blinded by all of the great things that could happen, we forget about the fact that the operations maintenance doesn't measure out to the investment or the benefit of the employees. And I'll use an example. We were looking at AI for looking at different locations around the world as to what, good schools, what's the posture. There's a lot of information, and it's in so many different sources. Like, oh, it'd be great to have AI say, give me a place that has a school for a special needs student, has great economy and low cost of housing, and then come back with this. Well, it's great today. A week from now, that's a totally different thing. So what does that mean? It means whatever data that I'm using to provide into that model for that query, I've got to refresh it every time it changes. Well, now all of a sudden, these 6,000 documents become somebody's burden to bear about making sure that the one that's there is current, so that somebody doesn't get the wrong information when they go out for a search. So I think that's the other side of what we're looking at in the knowledge management space with generative AI is, where is our data coming from? And even if we're using RAG, are we making sure that when the new thing comes out, the old thing is removed? Because AI doesn't care. It will go look at the entire universe of whatever you have out there, and now you're giving conflicting information. So the same prompt run twice gives two different answers. Well, when you're in the space where you're dealing with people and their careers, you can't take those risks. So there's a curation process that really has to be foundational around what we're doing from an emerging tech standpoint, at least from where I'm at.
To add two things onto that too, just from the whole conversation. So I was with a customer yesterday, actually, for a state, and they were talking about, they've done studies on their resident portals, and they have services for single moms, right, who really need benefits. And they're saying that the single moms of the new generation, if they can't get the services very quickly like they can on Netflix on their phone, right, Netflix, Amazon, and quickly do it, they're walking away and not even taking those services and the help. And so the value's there, but the user experience is not, right, that they're expecting to have, that they get in everything else. So that is a key point. That seamless user experience that we have to make secure has to be there for them, right? So you can't give up that security piece. And the other piece I want to bring up on all this was said, the one thing that when I did digital transformation projects in the government, one of the things I thought that we did bad that we started to fix was, once you deploy, people, process, and technologies change, right? So the technology you deploy, that box is checked. The people, you have to communicate to the people that there's new things out there for them to get to use it, so you have an adoption rate quicker than waiting 6 months for them to adopt it. And the processes of how they operate and the way they work will change, especially with AI and other technologies that you're deploying. And you need to teach them how those processes change, because they'll keep trying to do the same thing over and over again with a new technology, and that the system may have changed the processes. And then what happens? They get mad that nobody told them and communicated this. They get frustrated in their job. And the next thing you know, the new application that you deployed, they hate. And now everybody's talking about it in the agency and nobody wants to adopt it, even though it might solve 1,000 problems. So you have to learn to change the processes of how people work around those technologies too, to show them the benefits of how it will help their jobs as well. I just wanted to bring that up.
I'd like to add on to that. I'm sorry. Yeah. So when I think about AI, and about 3 or 4 years ago, if you were to ask someone about what is artificial intelligence, the response would have probably have been low, or folks may not have been knowledgeable. And when you look at where we are today, AI is a big reality, and going forward with the government 10 or 20 years we have to continue to increase and expand our knowledge on that. And my point is, agreeing with all of my colleagues that AI is out there and it's going to happen. We have to be prepared. One thing at the Department of Interior that is really impressive, that we have stood up this DOI chat GPT within our own security boundary. We recognize that AI is a huge issue, and we recognize that the employees there have to be able to take all that big data, and they want to look at it at one place and get the response. And definitely agree with you totally that it requires all that O&M on the back end. But we have to do it today, because AI is a big piece of the work that the employees want to use and expand. So it's important for us to put that in our own security boundary, so at least it's a safe place for them to use AI.
Emerging tech is a fun topic. So I used to work at Department of State, and I empathize quite a bit with what you're saying. You guys were not an easy customer for us. But something I learned was the difference between bleeding edge and leading edge. And so we would have industry coming to us with all this emerging technology that was not quite enterprise ready. And through kicking and screaming internally, we were able to establish an environment that was able to incubate and test emerging technology that was coming in. And that was simply not easy to be able to acquire that kind of an environment with approvals, but we were able to establish the security controls around there so that we would have something to demonstrate and go to our customers. There's something here. Does this make sense for you? Is there a play here for you, or should we move on with the next thing? And we were also able to give that feedback back to the vendor of, we were able to get this installed, but there wasn't a lot of interest, or we were not able to get this installed because this solution is not ready for an enterprise, highly regulated environment.
One of the things that, having gone to AWS reInvent many times as a Gubby and then as an employee and then later as a customer, one of the things that you will see these trends, right, where you really have to test the vendors to make sure that they do what they say they're going to do. Because there definitely are things that they say they can do, and then there's gaps, and I've seen it across the board. And so one of the things you really need to do, what you see at reInvent, is 1 year there'll be all these vendors on one topic, and then you come back the next year, so maybe there's 30, right, on one emerging tech, and you come back the next year and there's 3, right? And you see the trends happening on the emerging tech. So really testing those vendors and making sure they can do what they can do, especially in the AI space right now. So I was an AI/ML executive at AWS when I retired, especially in the AI/ML space. You really have to ask the right questions to make sure that they can do what they say they can do.
Anybody else? There we go. Okay. Well, I'm going to give you another bite of the apple anyway. Because so we've heard some really great, these are like lessons learned from the trenches, like the real deal, and key takeaways from very real experiences in implementing change. I'm curious about the institutional knowledge piece that was mentioned, and making sure that these kind of make it over to the next generation, to the next administration, whatever it might be, to make sure that the knowledge management survives, to maintain, the seamless and secure user experience, to kind of have the people, processes, and tech changes and adoption rate, like keep these things that you worked really hard to learn and overcome, and do it at an enterprise level. How do you see that happening, or how do you think that will need to happen as we're kind of going forward, and we're at this pivot point where we're going into a new administration for one, but we're seeing, changes in the workforce and a lot of institutional and cultural changes. And I'll toss that out to anybody who wants to jump in on it first. Please.
I think the government has done a lot better with the workforce improvements than it has in the past. We have more pathway programs. We have things like the U.S. Digital Core. Agencies have more accessibility to performing internship programs or utilize the fellowships from OPM. And with this, we're able to bring in the next generation and not just have them shoulder surf, but actually be involved in what it is that we're doing and an embedded part of our programs, and so that they're able to gain that institutional knowledge on the job experience with us, and also bring in those simple questions. What is it that we're trying to do? What is the problem that we're trying to solve? Have you considered doing it this way rather than the way that you've always done it before? And that helps bring in that new perspective and ways of doing things faster, and really gets us questioning and thinking about what we've been doing in the past. Because if we don't if we don't have documentation to give them, we've all learned what happens when somebody leaves or a contract turns over, and it's what are we supposed to do? We don't have that institutional knowledge anymore, or it's documented.
Really appreciate Trevor's comment about the pathways and the digital experience, all those younger ideas and minds that we can bring to the government. And one thing I've been really strong on using that new fresh minds is doing the reverse mentoring. When I do bring those folks in, and I have some institutional knowledge out there that I need to have captured, I will often ask that person, how do you think I should do this? Or what is the best approach? Because with those Gen Zs, the answer is going to be something probably totally different than I would have thought of. And it's sometimes a much smarter and easier way because they're familiar with some technology that I may not be aware of. So it's really important to captivate that younger audience and allow them to reverse mentor, bring that experience that they have and those other ideas to the federal government in my space. Bring those fresh ideas and welcome those ideas. And they're quite aware if those ideas are welcome or not. And when they're welcome, it will continue to originate new ideas, and that's the real power of it.
I'm going to take a little different tact on this. Sorry, guys. I view the loss of institutional knowledge, okay, so HR, very complex in the federal government. And I can tell you, I can walk around in my organization and point out 3 or 4 people that know it all. There is no book. There is no way to capture what they know unless we're interacting with them. So I'm very, very, and I don't like to use the word strict because that sounds, like pejorative, but no, I'm very much focused on, as we are, your point earlier about user stories, right? User stories can really define it. And as we're transitioning to technology, we're all modernizing, which means we have to understand how we do business to get it into the next level of technology. So I'm really enforcing the idea of I have a business analyst, they have portfolios, their job is to capture things like swim lane diagrams and stuff like that. And then of course, the idea of making sure that we talk to these individuals who have all this corporate knowledge and try and document in a user story format. Now, the premise I use for this is I want to avoid vendor lock-in, because if I'm in a platform and I'm doing this transformation, well, if that vendor goes away, that information, that service, that workflow, whatever, has to transition to another platform. I got to know what I'm doing in this platform to get to the other. So I'm kind of hedging my bet on the vendor lock-in side of the house by making sure I have enough captured that I can transition to a different technology quickly. And that's a great leverage tool with the vendors, because if the vendors think they got you, then they're gonna do some enforcement rules. Whereas if you're on the other side of that, you can say, no, I don't need you, I can go somewhere else, which kind of keeps the playing field balanced.
And if I can sum it up, I think one of the areas that I think that you need to build into your culture is curiosity. And if you can build that into your culture, they're always going to be asking questions, right? You're always going to be asking questions. You're always going to be learning new things, whether it's IT or even outside IT, right? About the end user, what they're doing. But if you're always curious and you build that in, you'll continue to get that knowledge share, and you'll continue to move forward with new technologies.
Yeah, I'll just echo what Christina's saying. So we have learning paths in the organization. We have quite a, my team has a mix of individuals who've been in federal government for 20, 30 years, and ones that transitioned out of the private sector a year or two ago and are much younger. So it creates a really interesting and dynamic environment, which can actually work to your advantage if you can figure out the strengths of each team member and guide them to be able to work collaboratively. What I will say is that it has not happened organically. I think as leaders, we do need to put intention behind it and thought behind it. And that's where this concept of having learning pathways has been really helpful in terms of making sure they're getting enough time with the leadership and management team to draw out where they want to be a couple years from now, and then giving them actionable markers to work towards. And similarly, we also have portfolios. So every UX, CX, or digital service expert is responsible for understanding a portion of DOL mission. So that means if OSHA is conducting a seminar, then go sit on the seminar so you can understand what OSHA is telling the public or is telling other vendors, so that when you are then working with them on a modernization, you can bring that perspective into the conversation. So I think it's two sides to the coin. It's giving them the tools, but then also holding them accountable in a very clear sort of way to be able to deliver on, ultimately what their job is within the modernization scope.
Yeah, I would agree that leaders have to be very intentional in this space and look for programs that provide the pathways to get employees in to learn. I think one of the things that when it comes to institutional knowledge, leaders have to recognize their mission critical roles and really assess their teams and the employees that are filling those roles right now. Is there documentation that's warranted? Use your vendors in a way that they don't control your business, that they are not providing those mission critical roles. But also, one of the opportunities, I like to look at problems as opportunities that we have in the IRS is when we look at how we then evaluate and try to upskill, cross-train. We have a union we have to deal with, and that's not fun. Everything has to be bargained, which is, to some leaders, that's a demotivator, right? Oh, now I've got, a lot of union employees. I see that as an opportunity. I see that as an opportunity to work with our union leaders to talk about the future and why it's important to maybe make tweaks in their position description or allow them to work outside of that without it becoming a union issue. It's hard, it's tough, but when you look at your mission critical activities and experts, you have to think about the life of and the health of your organization and what it's going to take. If one person knows it all and it's in their mind, to me that's a risk, and that's a risk you have to mitigate. And if you work to identify where those people are and put a strategy and some thought around it, then you can mitigate that risk pretty well and deal with that knowledge that you need to retain.
I want to add something to that. I started a program about 4 years ago called Leave Buddy, because we had vendors that wouldn't take time off because they were too important to take time off, and we're very into heavy at the State Department. But across my whole entire organization, everybody has to have a leave buddy that can do their job while they're out, really. And it kind of forced people to say, hey, oh, you're taking time off, who's your leave buddy? And are they going to be able to pick up the slack for you when you're gone? Do they know? And over a few years, it's not instant, but the idea is now we have backups, and now people can, interestingly, now that people do have backups, they're taking more time off, which makes it a more balanced group. We always want people to take a little time to recharge. So it's kind of, it's helped, and it was kind of a sideways way of getting folks cross-trained a little bit by having that happen.
Any other final thoughts on that?
just wanted to revisit again about the institutional knowledge. Definitely, Tom, your comment, I'm sorry, Donald, your comment about being intentional, and I also want to talk about when you're documenting your information, your institutional knowledge, you have to have a place that is accessible. Folks need to know where to go to get that documentation. And some experience I've seen before when I was working with my team, it was fully documented, but where is the documentation at? So that was the best practice that we had to make sure that everybody on the team has accessibility to that documentation.
Note, the organization I was in, once you start getting promoted, it's like every couple of years you're moving into a new role. So what I would do is when I got to the role, I would I would get with the person who was vacating the role and write everything out that they did. And then I would do that yearly as well. But then when I left the role, I would write kind of what I was thinking and everything that we had done for the time I was in that role to leave it for the next person coming in and give that to them. I didn't always get that in return, just saying. It would have been nice. It doesn't mean they had to follow my roadmap that I was leaving, but at least they knew where the group was going. Because the last thing you want to is, and this is what people hated, a new leader comes in and they change direction 180 degrees and the group was going one way, now they're going another way. So it actually helped a lot of that as well with the transition.
I know, exactly. Yeah, get ready. It's coming. I'll add one thing, not that I'm a member of this panel, but so before my current gig in consulting and freelancing, I was on the public affairs team at DARPA. And at DARPA, they very purposely avoid institutional knowledge and kind of like the storage and gatekeeping because they don't want a new program manager to come in and pitch an idea and somebody says, no, we already tried that. We tried that 10 years ago. We tried that 15 years ago. They want them to come in and maybe reapproach that problem a different way. So it's just kind of, it's an interesting dichotomy. And for somewhere like DARPA, it makes sense. Probably doesn't make sense everywhere. But I thought I would share that as it's kind of an interesting element of the conversation. So we're just about out of time. I was hoping to do a lightning round, but we're on the countdown on yellow. So I will just go ahead and thank this panel. Thank you all so much for some really tremendous insights. I think that was really, really knowledgeable, really worthwhile time listening in. I hope all the audience members will agree. Thank you guys for sticking around and have a happy holidays and happy new year.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Don and Trevor were doing up there, but that was a power women panel there. That reminds me, we've got a lot of great things planned this year. We are doing some kind of an IT women's conference. But thank you again, Amber. That was fantastic. I've got another keynote for 2 hours. No, I'm just kidding. Great job. We do have Dan Haney has a completely unauthorized happy hour that he's forming with his cyber breakfast club. It's going to be over at the Reston Golf. Dan, if you just stand up, if people want to get them directed that way, if you're up for that kind of activity. I just wanted to thank Karasoft. The staff is kind of behind the scenes. Thank you for doing the AV and everybody else hustling around here and allowing us to use this facility. And want to thank my staff. This is the 121st event. I think we had about half of them the last quarter, so it seemed like we had a lot. But I want to thank all the panelists, all the government people that are here today. And definitely I want to thank our partners. Lots of great swag. Make sure, every time I see Fortinet, these are the grocery bags that you never have in your car when you need them. You end up buying all the plastic bags. I know when we went in pandemic and we totally changed our model, Fortinet, and I'll never forget this is almost 5 years ago, they were the first webinar we did. And we didn't do webinars. We did all in-person events. So lots of good swag. I noticed that Okta, not Ping. Nope. We got cards here. We've got great stocking stuffers. Okay. This is how you reunite with your kids. You grab them off their phones and you get them to do this. So I think we have a couple swag things left. but great stuff. And just to have everybody have a great holiday and a great new year, and enjoy your families.